up that stream. Man, they're so much more energetic about starting their games
Yeah, yeah.
than expected.
No Bay Area tournament would start this promptly.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, I see it on. I see the stream on Twitch, but the title is above instead of below. That's new.
Huh.
All right. Hello, everybody. If we're live, trying to find our chat rooms and all that. Let me introduce my guest for the moment, Andy Lee, who is a master from Berkeley, like myself, and the person with whom I have played the most tournament games in my life.
Like 15 or so.
Something like 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots and lots of games. Hopefully we're not done yet.
No.
All right, looks like we're good. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. Greetings, everybody. It is the final game, game 14, between Liren and Gukesh. The winner of today's game will be instantly named world champion. And that will be that. They have been fighting for a couple weeks now. It's been excellent. Of course, to my taste, there should be another 10, 20 games to go. How have you enjoyed the contest so far, Andy?
It was exciting enough to wake me up at 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in a lot of ways, this reminds me of last year's Nepo Ding World Championship, where it feels like just about anything could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that? I have
Yes.
absolutely no idea what's happening tonight.
Yes. I think we've seen a long procession of 3 result games for the most part. Um, Today, very few. Whoa, 97. Another surprise move, right?
Yeah, it got a little strange early on.
Wow. Okay, so look, basic move, folks, here would have been knight f6, then white plays c4, and we transpose to the Catalan main line, right? Just
Yep.
that's how close we were to that. But these two have sort of willingly conspired to avoid mainline theory and even mainline structures, I would say, right? Like they're not just playing slightly different moves, but for two players who are essentially classically trained in their opening systems, like they're e4, e5, and d4, d5 players at heart, both of these guys. Um, I
Isn't
mean,
isn't it true that Gukesh has played a lot of like ready attack sort of stuff, like Kingside Fianchetto growing up?
a bit. He's definitely practiced everything. Like if you look at his play, it has the kind of ambitious I'm trying to be good at everything going on.
For sure.
Right? Like my own far less noticeable chess career, but the same like approach of like let's try and be able to play everything, try to understand all of chess. But fundamentally he plays more d4, d5, and e4, e5.
Right, right.
Um,
Well, I wonder, given his familiarity with this stuff, it's sort of funny that Ding chose it with white for the last game. I don't know
mm-hmm,
Ding's history playing this like Kingside Fianchetto stuff, but I know Gukesh's history with it. And it's funny that Ding decided that he
mm-hmm.
would play it against Gukesh. And now I'm wondering, I mean, it's been a big pattern in this match that Ding goes into the tank at some point
Yeah,
before move 10. And I'm
yep.
wondering, this is the moment now,
If
right?
he
Like,
if he's
there's
already
no way
plunged
he's
in,
expecting knight G to E7. And so Is he going to spend 20 minutes here deciding what to do next?
Probably. It's kind of been a pattern that when he stops to think, it's at least 20 minutes, right? He doesn't stop to think for like 4 minutes and then say, aha,
Right,
here
right.
it
And he
is.
stopped to think sometimes in positions that haven't been super obscure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, so, as I was saying, they've kind of conspired together, and we
Mhm.
had one Joko Piano in game two from Ding as white, and zero Queen's Gambit declines,
Yep.
right? So, openings that you could have thought would be typical openings for them, right? Would be, uh, the bishop's opening, e45. Well, some Joko
Mhm.
pianos of some kind, some Queen's Gambits of some kinds, and some mainline Catalans. Those would be like if you're just throwing darts at a prediction board for the openings. I mean, those would be the three most obvious, lowest hanging fruit. You'd think if I hit that, I'll get 4 or 5 games maybe.
Sure. Well, and part of that's because Ding decided he was going to play the French over and over again.
Right.
I think of the Korchnoi-Karpov matches as being French heavy, but it turns out Korchnoi only played the French twice in 1978. He didn't even play it 3 times. And that match went, 20 something games,
Yeah.
14.
Yeah, Deep Space Bear asking, is this the only world championship ever that didn't have a Rui Lopez or a Queen's Gambit declined? The two, like, the two maybe most world championship openings there are out there, right?
Right.
Um,
I mean, 1927, I think they played like 20 Queen's Gambit declines in a row.
yeah, yeah. And when Kostya was doing free association on the word Queen's Gambit, his first thought was World Championship opening. That was like his first association with the Queen's Gambit. And yeah, we don't get it today. Today it looks like Ding may have given us a normal, uh, and I say conspire together about this, right? Because it takes two to go off the beaten paths, right? I mean, Ding played knight f3, b3, bishop a3, um, and they've each played a variety of knight f3 and c4s, Reti kind of openings, but they're both choosing to do that as white and so forth. But today there was a chance Ding was going to give us a mainline Catalan, um, which would almost be a surprise at this point, given how they had avoided their real openings up till now.
It's interesting also that he went about it in this funny way, right? He didn't play C4 very early. So
Right.
my knowledge of Catalan theory is not great as
Mm-hmm.
someone who hasn't played it with the white pieces and has avoided it in various ways with black. But like he's clearly trying to avoid certain variations, right? By playing this move
Mm-hmm.
order.
Yeah, that's right. And as somebody said, like, did he play a reversed Grunfeld? And if you look at the position at move 4, yep, reversed
Yeah.
Grunfeld. But I think what he's aiming towards, and I'll show folks the move order I have in mind, is d4, knight f6, c4, e6. This would be, a sane Catalan move order, and you would find lots of their games if you looked at this move order here for games with Gukesh as black and Ding as white, not against each other, obviously. And then g3 here. And in this position, c5, bishop g2, knight c6, something like this, right? Um, from this move order, sometimes black would probably take on c4, and then you could castle and get knight c6 there.
Right. Those lines are pretty popular right now, right?
Yeah, I think so. So let's see how
There's a
close he got
there's a
to
game
this.
between Gukesh and Caruana from the Olympiad that's
Yes.
an open Catalan with like knight c6 or b8, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that one with Gukesh on the white side.
Right.
So let's see how close they got to transposing to this kind of c5 Catalan for black. So Gukesh playing d5 and c5 quickly. Here he plays e6 rather than taking on d4 and getting into sort of a Grunfeld type territory. White castles. Now right here, if he played knight f6, this would be like a first chance, right? He could play knight f6 and Ding could play c4. And we could get a typical Catalan position, right? If black plays dc4, super main line. So here when he chooses to play cd4, it's again straying a little bit away from that. And then really this big surprise move, knight e7. So it supports c6. It avoids having a pawn on c6 that makes it, that kind of drags you down a little bit sometimes in the Grunfeld type battles, where the pawn's on c4 attacking you and you can't play dc4 or d4 because you've got this pawn on c6 hanging. Part of the popularity of the bishop d2 systems now. In this case, bishop d7, but for white, bishop d2 has been pretty popular in the last 10 years.
Do you think that we're also threatening with black to trade on d4 and then play knight c6?
Yes. Yes.
I'm
So he's making knight c6 less good, but he's also preparing in some case to go knight d4 and the next knight to c6.
Right, and then white's going to play queen a4 maybe.
So first white would have to play some move here, right?
Right,
And
white's, yeah. I mean, the most natural move for white is probably c4 still.
right. Yeah. And that's not, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's most natural. I think there's another move that's even probably more obvious or natural to me now, but we'll see whether or not that's the case. But c4 would be like the basic move if we're trying to coordinate with the bishop on g2 and trying to put pressure as white in the opening, right? So
Right, but
now,
then maybe the problem is knight takes d4.
now let's see how knight d4 goes, right? Queen takes. Next knight comes to c6. Queen doesn't have any square that's yelling at me that it's going to be useful.
No, none of this. I mean, you've cut off a4 now, and you don't. You sort of have to retreat on the d file, probably.
Yeah. If you go queen g4, modern chess says black can respond with h5, h4.
Yeah.
Instead of getting bothered by g7 or playing e5 and loosening the diagonal. Although even e5 is probably playable. That would be the old way to play chess. It would be you'd put your pawn in the center while developing your bishop and attacking their queen. And then the queen is really wandering somewhere weird at that point, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
like the
like
queen's
queen
going
f,
to h5.
maybe queen f3, you'd play d4. And you'd say, hey, like pretty good center and I'm developing my pieces. But nowadays, I think against queen g4, you'd probably go like h5, queen f4, h4 or something.
Yeah, so is your other thought instead of c4 to play like b3 here?
Uh, okay, yeah, wait, let's just finish with this. You've got queen
All right, yeah,
b4,
go
knight
ahead.
c6. You were saying probably white would retreat here, and then that would leave black a pretty reasonable choice between taking on c4 and pushing, which
Right.
is why I think we're going to reject c4, even though it's the most natural looking move, so to speak.
It doesn't seem like it causes black any real problems,
Yeah,
at least offhand.
I don't really see anything wrong with taking or pushing here. So, to me, therefore, the most natural thing is to move the knight off of d4, to retreat it so the opponent still has to
Oh.
spend time with the knight on e7.
Right, and so you're trying to make this claim that the knights are sort of redundant, and the knight on e7 doesn't have anything better to do other than to recapture on c6 or to trade on
Yeah,
d4 and hit the queen on c6. Yeah.
yeah. And I think it's going to be a little bit weird on either f5 or g6. So I'm going to move my knight away and let the opponent figure that out.
Do you want to play knight f3?
Probably knight b3.
Knight b3?
But yeah, I don't have a great square for my knight either.
Knight b3 looks weird to me. Like there's some lines where I want to play b3, bishop b2.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly where I'm going from b3 in the future, and that makes it really hard to play c4 because now DC4 is going to tempo the knight again.
Yeah.
I feel like my entire queenside play is no more as soon as I have a knight on B3.
Yeah, I mean, I felt weird enough about all my options for moving the knight that I even considered knight b5, a6, knight a3, relegating my knight to a square on a3, where it can't move any further and
Yeah,
gets
I don't
jumbled
love
up with
that
my
one.
other piece.
Hmm.
So, so I think maybe like knight b3. Um, and chat says, oh wow, he's just made a move, and he's
No,
played
he played
c4.
C4.
Okay,
Oh, we're getting this line.
yeah. Okay, so we're getting c4 instantly. Knight d4 from Gukesh again with like the preparation, right? I mean, wow,
This
ready for the
seems
whole thing.
natural.
All right, and I just want to share something from chat about what could happen after knight b3. Um, Isaiah was saying in that case, black could leave the knight on e7 and go g6, bishop g7 with a pleasant position. And I do find that to be a pretty convincing idea. Right? Like that way the knight stays on e7, which is the best square it has for the moment and supports the d5 pawn. And
I
the
think you can
bishop,
make an argument there that white's knight on B3 is worse placed than black's knight on E7 for
yeah,
sure.
you definitely could, which would be a sad use of a tempo that I retreated knight b3. And honestly, you might even be able to say the same thing with knight f3, right? The g6, bishop g7, and the knight on f3 is not bad, but it's not great either, right?
Yeah, for
Just kind
sure.
of
I mean,
sits
that's
there.
why I thought B3 was maybe more natural.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So Andy's idea would have been to play b3, and he's just finding a home for this bishop that's going to look nice against a d5 e6 center, right? Because it's kind of unobstructed and sort of doing a restraining effect, not quite a blockade, right, but a restraining effect against black's center. And black can't really play g6 because black is second to the diagonal. White would trade on c6 themselves and then come to the diagonal. So if you played b3 here, maybe he would give you the old trade-a-roo,
Hmm.
right? Knight c6, you could go to a4 or d1. Honestly, I think we're just going to d2.
Right.
And then bishop e7, bishop b2, and either bishop f6 or castles. It looks okay for black, but it also looks okay for white.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues with playing B3 in this positions is you still want to play C4, and now you have this problem after DC4 that are you going to take back the B pawn and
Yeah.
shatter your structure and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the problem is your pawn is now protected. Everything was
Right.
fine and dandy as long as the pawn on c4 was hanging, and if your opponent took it, it was a pawn sack. But now it's like a sack of your structure, right? You get these split pawns, and oh no.
Yeah, so I guess one way to think about Ding's choice of C4 is that it's the most, I don't know if logical is the right word, but the most
Mm-hmm.
sort of like in the spirit of the position, a way to approach this knight to G to E7 move,
Mm-hmm.
right? He's not conceding anything. He says, like, I need to play C4. It's the logical next step to attack the center and make use of the bishop on G2. So I'm just going to go ahead and play it, even though that allows you to do this thing where you trade on D4 and play knight C6 right away. And
Yeah,
it's funny to me right now that Ding is back in thought, given that this had to be,
the most
I don't know,
obvious.
the only thing he looked at, the first thing he looked at.
Hey, I mean, at least we can say after knight takes d4, he didn't plunge back into thought about queen d4, right? That's the best that can be said.
Yeah, for sure. Hey,
Yeah,
so can I say one thing about this opening that makes me happy though?
of course.
Which is I went to sleep 3 hours ago or so, 3.5 hours ago, really concerned that Ding was going to play the London system again.
Right? That was Jesse's
I'll tell
prediction
you
for
why.
tonight.
I feel like the London system is the only opening that Ding seems to have prepped or he's booked up with. I mean, that was the first London game where he blitzed out like 20 moves and was actually up on the clock,
Yep.
and then immediately started pushing for a repetition, and the game petered out fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm sort of worried about. I was worried that Ding was going to play not exactly like as cynically as Magnus Carlsen has in some of these close
Yeah.
matches from 2016 and 2018, but I was concerned that he was going to use the London system to feel like well prepared, take no risk,
Hmm.
and maybe make, if not a quick draw by number of moves, make a quick draw in terms of amount of time spent.
Right. That was one of the few games where it seemed like he maybe had like a sort of standard little opening advantage with white and sort of control over the position where it's like black couldn't really do much. Whereas
Right.
most of these games have felt like it doesn't really matter who's white or black, there's just everything to play for.
Yeah, and I was wondering also, I mean, I'm curious about your point of view about how hard Gukesh should be pushing in this game.
Hmm.
Like, how much stronger, or do you think that Ding is a stronger rapid player at this point?
I think Ding is a stronger rapid player, but I don't think that it's possible to push any harder in this game than Gukesh does in basically every game he plays. So I don't
Sure.
think there's any strategic adjustment to make. Like he goes for it as hard as he can in every game, and he'll do the same in the rapid games if it comes to that.
Okay.
And you know, one aspect of that kind of approach to chess that I think is slightly good. There's strengths and weaknesses to it. I've adopted pretty much that approach in my career. Um, but one strength of it is you never have to like hesitate or think about like, oh, am I going for it or not, or like should I take this risk or should I this like it's very clear you're just playing every game as a game and trying to maximize your position and set as many problems as possible for the opponent and that sort of thing. When you've got a choice between more tension or less tension, you have sort of a slight bias or preference towards more tension and more difficulty.
Right. And that's made sense for him as a match strategy.
Yeah.
Um, we have a bunch of moves, speaking of going for
Okay,
it.
so the queen went to d1, which is normal. d4 was played, and immediately e3 from Ding, which looks absolutely like the principled move here. And what you said about there was one thing you said when you were mentioning his prep for the London, which was it seems to be the only opening that he's prepared, um, which is hilarious. And somebody in chat was saying earlier today that there's some rumor that even in the 3 weeks that Ding spent preparing for the match, he may not have prepared any openings with his teams. And I'm like, what? That's what does that mean? Anyway, he has been consistently not prepared for Gukesh's surprises. It's been, something like 12 out of 14 games that Gukesh surprised him in the opening. And of those 12 games, probably 11 or 12 of them he thought forever and plunged straight into the most critical continuations that Gukesh's team had probably examined the most thoroughly.
Yeah, and he's acquitted himself pretty well.
So well.
Yeah.
Just such uncompromising, high risk choices every time. When there was a pawn on c4 to take and he was black, he took it every time. He dove in for bishop c2 in the Queen's Gambit that he lost in game three.
That was probably a bad choice.
Right,
I
he
mean,
had very simple retreats possible and just, playable position. Your opponent's prepped. He's never shown that instinct that almost everyone else has to be like, my opponent's super prepped. What are the safer options where I don't need to walk a tightrope or, a mistake would not be fatal?
it's a weird kind of I have nothing to lose approach,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's
Yeah,
like he's I don't know if he's thinking this, but on some level, if he loses this match, he can then deal with playing chess in whatever way he wants. He doesn't have to defend the world championship again,
right.
which has clearly cost him quite a bit.
Yeah.
But if he wins the match, he's not going to lose the match on purpose. Like he came to the match to try to win it. And so
Yeah.
it gives him a certain freedom that you definitely didn't see in the Carlsen matches.
That is then
Carlsen felt
allowing
like,
him to actually defend the title. Like the
yeah,
freedom to just like play chess.
yeah.
As
Carlsen always
if
felt kind of tight.
Yeah,
You know,
as if it's a burden and just like, well, if I'm not world champion anymore, maybe I'd be happier for it. So let's just like play and see what happens. And then suddenly it's not like you're playing a world championship match. It's like you're already free to just play chess.
yeah, yeah. Well, and he's shown from, I mean, last year's match also that he responds incredibly well to adversity in these matches.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm the sort of person who wants to like go run around and scream every time I lose a chess game, and Ding just like comes back and beats the guy the next day.
Yeah. So Gukesh is starting to think for a little bit. In chat, they're already impatient. Why is Gukesh not blitzing? This is the most obvious approach from White. Um, Gukesh is preparing 50 different things. He doesn't have like a leak on Ding's team, right? He just has prepared a certain number of non-standard options around many, 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 many corners. But that means by definition he's prepared tons of lines that he didn't know before, and he has to like do some memory work to call them back up. Just because he's prepped doesn't mean he can blitz.
It's
Um,
interesting that he's thinking here instead of before he played D4, though.
mhm.
Right? D4 is pretty committal.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, Gukesh will stop and think for 5 to 12 minutes doing memory work. If he thinks more than that, then he's probably starting to work on his own quite a bit. Um, so that's kind of been it has been a pattern for him that he does spend several minutes while still in prep here and there, so to
Right.
speak.
What are his options in this position?
Hey, Andy, look, one of our viewers for this tournament was brought to us by you.
Oh, sweet.
They read your Substack around the World Championship matches and then watched 90% of our coverage live. Thanks to you.
Nice. It's funny, this is the first time I've watched any of the games live.
Yourself for this match. You've
My
slept well.
strategy, my strategy is to wake up, see what happened, and then turn on your guys' feed to whatever the most critical moment in the game was and see what you guys came up with as you
Mm-hmm.
were thinking through it.
Yeah. Well, I have watched the entire thing live. I think there was one night where I went to bed like 4 or 5 moves before the end of a rook end game. But I've pretty much seen it all, which means I'll probably forget it all because I haven't slept for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. To the question about why isn't he blitzing, somebody in chat also says that there were a host of viable lines for Ding other than just queen d1 and e3, and that basically the queen could have gone to d3 or d2 or c3 or f4 or something like that. Well, it doesn't. Well, probably not. I thought queen d3 knight e5 would be a blunder at this point here. So I thought, yeah, I mean, queen d2 is possible. Queen c3 seems to give a tempo to d4. I don't know how many options were super viable here for white.
Yeah.
I mean, we both thought the queen would go to d1 in case of knight takes d4.
It seems like the most logical move. Everything else seems a little strange, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you don't have D3 is the only other logical idea, but if it just tactically loses to 95, then
Yeah.
it's no good.
Okay. So, okay, I mean, the most aggressive move here for black would be e5 to get a passed pawn on d4 after e4, e4. And in general, the most aggressive moves are both ambitious and have higher risk, right? And I think this move meets that criterion because it opens up the e file before you castle. The d pawn's barely defended because white can always remove the knight on c6 if it's hanging. So yeah, I mean that was the most aggressive, ambitious, risky move. But Gukesh has chosen a nice, clean development move, which I sort of inherently prefer. In this case, saying, if you trade on d4, I'll just get a piece on a decent square. I'm castling pretty fast, so I'm sort of keeping up in development here, despite having staked out d5, d4.
Right. And so One of the things that my brain wants to try here is some B B2 to B4 action.
Excitement,
Either
yeah.
trading first on D4 and then trying to play B4. I mean, it makes me think that if white plays E takes D4,
Mm-hmm.
that black might have to take back with the queen or the bishop.
Mm-hmm. Because if knight, maybe B4 will make it fall apart.
B4 might be a real problem, right? You can't take on B4 with the bishop in that position because you're dropping a piece to queen A4 check.
I get double attacked. I bring the knight back. It gets eliminated, and then
Yeah,
hit the bishop with it. So B4 there. Um, yeah, I was looking for a second if there might be some insane like knight F3, bishop D4 kind of thing,
yeah,
or knight
yeah,
E2, bishop D4. But in either case, the queen, when she recaptures, will support a square where white can save the rook without giving back the piece.
yeah.
And queen E2, there would be bishop B2, folks. So similar. And there might also be rook D1 winning in that position. So on B4, yeah, you'd have to go bishop E7, which seems not super desirable. White's gaining space with the queenside majority. Tempo, bishop coming to B2 with tempo. But there's not an obvious loss for black. It just doesn't feel good.
Right. But I think if ED4, maybe you just take back, trying to see if there's anything wrong with taking with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you take with the bishop.
I guess if you take with the queen, I would expect this
We
idea
play
like bishop E3.
bishop E3 is annoying, yeah.
That's kind of my instinct. It leaves a
Oh.
lot of things hanging, and so there's a lot of different concepts to it. One concept is queen b2, bishop c5, queen a1, queen to d6, kind
Yeah,
of
that
like
looks
the
painful.
Marshall attack.
Yeah, except that you're just winning on the spot probably with white.
Yeah, yeah, probably just winning on the spot in this case, right? Coming into the weak dark squares. Then there's the option of queen c4, which is going to play more like a whatchamacallit, more like a real Catalan, right? Like knight d2. The queen has to keep this bishop defended. It's very precarious, even if she can.
That looks
Um,
ugly, yeah.
like maybe it's just sort of losing immediately, but queen b5, a4, queen b4, somehow maybe you stay on the piece. Um,
Maybe.
but the idea is that in general, white can go bishop c5, queen c5 if they can't win immediately, and they can go knight e4 or rook c1 and knight d6 and so forth. Should be great for white.
I mean, yeah, the most natural after bishop E3 would be queen D1, right?
Yes.
Just trade on D1, trade on E3,
Yeah.
and say that you don't have any serious problems in that ending.
Right. So black could go for this ending as well. Here I've only sacrificed a little bit of white structure. But an interesting thing that I learned long ago was that the split e pawn here is not actually very bad in this pawn structure. I've played this endgame a bunch of times with the white structure. From the black side of some Morans, you can get this structure.
Okay.
And you can nicely use your pawn majority, and the e3 pawn keeps the opponent from using the d4 square. And so you just sort of naturally expand on the queen side. I think the fact that white has a little bit of a jump on the position with rook on the file and bishop on the long diagonal, maybe a little pressure against b7, c6, I would guess that this endgame is noticeably good for white.
It seems like it has the potential to be pretty unpleasant for black to defend. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I would agree. Okay, I have another. You ready for another possibility for white?
Sure.
Which is you can laugh at me if this is crazy, but I wonder if you can just play queen h5 here and poke the bishop on c5.
Like right now, just move our queen again
I'm sorry, no, no. In the instead of taking on d4
instead of taking on d4. Yeah.
in the position in the game, yeah. Can you
Yeah.
just play queen h5 here?
Yeah. Yeah, you can. And if I play e5, you take the knight, huh?
Yeah,
If I could
I
play
think
e5, that would be a nice sort of refuting type of move.
Right. Although it's a little dodgy with your king in the center, potentially. But
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, I can just pick up the e5 pawn at the very least.
yeah.
And then I guess I get the g7 pawn too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a harvest because all my stuff will be hanging now. I needed the e5 pawn to defend my d4 pawn.
Yeah.
So it's a flash sale.
Yeah, I think you have to do something about the bishop that's not e5.
Okay, so what harm befalls me if I play queen e7? A nice thing about this is I think a secondary idea of Andy's is to play rook d1, potentially engage with my queen and tie up my d pawn in a tension I can't deal with.
Right.
So if I'd retreated my bishop, for example, to b6 or something, I think, and he might have played rook d1.
Right. I could also throw in c5 if you play bishop to b6 potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Although I have to be a little careful maybe that you don't poke my queen. Um, yeah, so if queen h5, queen e7,
All right, folks. Sorry, we're gonna have to pull up a new Zoom meeting. Do 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 do. All right, and then just bring Andy back again and again. That's just how we're gonna do it. My video's been shrunk again. It gets shrunk every time. It's an interesting little process. All right, so we're gonna. He was about to tell us what he would do after Queen e7, right? So we'll remember that when he pops back up. We're looking here at Queen e7. Meanwhile, it's true that the e takes d4 we didn't yet answer from Black's perspective, right? Like his first idea of e takes d4, we did not yet get a good position for Black there. Oh, we might be facing a Zoom disaster here. Yeah, it's pretty close to equal. Oh, it's because I don't have numbers from Kostya and Jesse. If I get rid of both of their numbers, you'll see my eval bar at 0.1 for white. Sorry, everybody. Rooting for Gukesh. Me too, Trepidus. Me too. Maybe bishop takes d4 would have been better than queen d4, huh? Yeah, the queen d4 really didn't work out. Maybe it was the fault of queen takes d4, huh? Let's see. So e d4, you could play bishop d4. Bishop dangles a bit. If I play bishop e3 for white, don't I get something similar? Well, maybe then bishop b2 is a problem. Let's see, by comparison. Trading, we'd get a similar position, right? So let's say bishop b2. Do we have the juice to sack this rook here? Yeah, probably not. I mean, we got away with a lot for white in the other line, but that's probably too much. So you probably just play a developing move. Black gets castled, and life goes on. could be a playable position for both sides here. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Got it.
Awesome. Back.
Yep. Sorry, we'll have to do it the janky way for now. Yeah, our Dojo Zoom account has two-factor authentication, so when I get booted out of it, I can't really set it up. So, good day, Liren. Good to see you. Welcome. We've got a couple local folks who are often in chat, Andy, including somebody who you've played at the Tuesday Night Marathon is watching right now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And suggesting knight to d2 could perhaps be played. I was mostly fumbling with Zoom, but while you were gone, I was saying that, again, we came up with e takes d4, bishop takes d4 instead of queen.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And then black is unbusted.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, I'm still looking at like queen h5, queen e7 here as one possibility. I don't know if white's gained a lot by putting the queen on h5.
Yeah, so we're going to go to queen h5, queen e7. You had an idea here that you were about to tell us when Zoom closed.
Yeah.
Something you wanted to do.
I mean, one thing I was looking at was like ed4, bishop d4, bishop g5, but I don't know if that actually does anything.
And why did you trade before playing bishop g5? Oh, because it was illegal.
Yeah.
Pawn and e3. Okay. So bishop g5. Yeah, definitely spoiling for a fight.
Right. I feel like I'm just moving my pieces to attack things, though. You know, like I'm not doing this with any strategic plan in mind.
Yeah, you're asking me to play queen c5.
Right.
And then you might be playing knight c3. I mean, you're developing a lot of pieces. Look at that. You know,
Yeah,
I'm going to fight you with only half my pieces here. I'm going to play something like h6.
Then maybe I have to play knight e4.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's a mess.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel messed up here. Now I'm never threatening to take on g5, huh? Because of the rook. I'm threatening g6 at some point. That's what I'm threatening. What if I did it now? Why wait?
Isn't your king hanging on c5?
Yeah. My point is that on knight c5, gh5, I will fork the pieces.
Yeah. And my b2 pawn is hanging for good measure, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can avoid disaster with something like knight b3, bishop b2, right, rook b1, hg, but you're not in great shape.
No, this all looks a little bit stupid.
Oh, chat says bishop e3. Yeah, bishop e3 is actually, then you are in good shape. Huh. Look at that. Chess is full of surprises. Okay, it looks like one of the senseis is up. And they are making a zoom. They're both there. They're both making zooms. Cool. All right. So obviously they were asleep when you talked to me last night. I don't know what their plan's going to be or how we'll shuffle the broadcast window, but we'll just see when they come in.
Sounds good. At some point I should probably go to sleep again.
Okay.
But you know, we'll see how exciting the game gets.
Yeah. Okay, so this queen e7 thing got real messy. Okay, I'm going to close this Zoom room, Andy. I'm going to
Okay,
join their room and then try to send you a link from their room.
sounds good.
Okay. May we meet again.
See you in a bit.
All right. Looks like a hotel in the Caribbean has joined us over here. So in here we'll throw in a little spacing on the live position. All right, folks, we are 10 moves into the game, and it's very rare for Ding to get to move 10 with more than an hour on the clock. Very, very rare. So we'll see if he can go over an hour on this thing right now. R.D. Bourne's questions. Will Ding lose on time? Can you win a world championship with 3 weeks of preparation? And is this the weakest world championship ever? I think yes, R.D. Bourne. It is, according to like the ranks of the players, the weakest of all time based on seeding. But, there's such an interesting asterisk on Ding. Is he the number 2 player in the world as he was 2 years ago, or the number 23 player in the world as he was 2 weeks ago? He's gained many positions off of Gukesh so far this match. But obviously the match is tied. The defending champion shouldn't be gaining mountains of rating points just by drawing against a challenger who's not even number 1 or 2 themselves. As R.D. Bourne is defining it as lowest average ranking, world ranking of the 2 players, by which measure I think the answer to R.D. Bourne's question is yes. E takes d4 has just been played, and Ding makes his fans happy, I think, making it past move 10 with a cushy extra 20 minutes on the clock that he can use later on. Then, will he lose on time? No. Can you win a world championship with 3 weeks of preparation? I guess so. Who knew? Who knew? He's been at a huge preparation disadvantage, that's for sure. Oh, we've got 2 Kostyas in the thing so far.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Kostya.
Hey, how we doing? What's up, everyone? Game 14. Let's go.
Good. Pretty good. Do you think that second Kostya there is Jesse?
See.
Excelente. Can we invite? Can we send the invite for this to? Whoa, where is this? Where is Jesse? I'm searching for him in the Zoom window. Can we send the link to this Zoom to my friend Andy, who was on with me for a little bit more?
Hey, absolutely.
He'll be going back to bed very sensibly pretty soon. Where is Jesse? Where is Jesse?
Right here, Bows. Right here.
I know. Just mean in my Zoom image. What is going on with this thing? I just can't find it.
Well, dude, so knight e7. Okay, I've had this position a bunch of times, but no one in their life had ever played knight e7 against me, Bows.
97's weird.
Okay, then we get our first ding tank. Expected. Expected. Oh, this is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, should be. Should be. I love these. You guys saw Ding's little Babe Ruth moment last night, right? Or yesterday?
No, it was his Babe Ruth moment.
No.
Well, Mike Klein asked him if like what to expect for today.
Uh-huh.
And he was just like gave a very simple answer. He's just like, I don't think it will be a short draw. That's it.
Uh-huh.
That's all he said. I don't think it will be a short draw.
Mm-hmm.
He said it with a smile too.
Nice. Good to see him smile.
Yeah. Yeah, showing the most confidence he has in a while after yesterday. For the hold.
Yeah. Definitely some of the biggest moves of this match have been like defensive moves or holds, right? So like yesterday there was like this rook f8 move in the sort of tactical phase, right, where it was looking like, oh, maybe black's just lost to knight e4, knight d6. He found rook f8, which I imagine was the only move that didn't lose an exchange.
Yeah.
And for me, like the turning moment in the match was his hold in that terrible game where Gukesh had the passed d pawn, and he eventually got the endgame with rook and knight against rook and bishop down a pawn. And there's this moment where he was down to 4 minutes, and he says he was thinking of giving up, and then he played f6 and held that endgame. That f6 move, that was like the moment where he didn't crumble.
Yeah. No, Ding, I mean, very good defender.
This position's pretty hard to evaluate, Mouse, I would say,
Yeah.
for me. Well, David, you've been looking at it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm looking at the live stream, and it looks like knight c3 has just been played. Though
I'm
not seeing
expecting knight c3. Because my very surface level perusal of bishop e3, bishop b2 said white doesn't quite have that kind of juice in the current position. Mm-hmm. So I assumed it would have to be knight c3 just to keep developing. And I feel like black can... There it is, knight c3 has come through. I feel like black can safely castle there. And maybe then white will play bishop e3 and we'll get sort of a fair position. Is that
a fair position?
Is that fair to say? You know, I've got it at plus 0.1 for now.
Okay.
Great. We're rejoined by my friend Andy.
Hey guys. Hey Jesse, long time no see.
Long time no see, that's right then, yeah. Okay, knight b5 played pretty quick.
He played knight b5? Not
Yeah.
bishop e3? Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know why you like bishop e3 so much, Bows.
I was developing my last coconut.
Now, knight b5, well, first of all, I think Gukesh will probably think here because it does seem like 4 moves are eminently plausible.
Sure. What are the 4 moves?
e5, c5, f6, b6.
Oh,
maybe
all
you
4
can
moves
even
for the
do
bishop?
Yeah, maybe you can even do other things too, honestly. But that was just my first gut reaction to it.
Yeah. I think you can go e6, e5 as well.
Yeah. I think then, though, I would say white's better if you play e5.
Okay. In what concept?
Well, just take it and have the 2 bishops in a better position.
Yeah, very open position for the 2 Bs there.
So you take on d4, and then if pawn takes, you go bishop f4 with the bishops, and if knight takes, you go bishop e3, and you still have the bishop.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I believe you. I believe in the bishops. To me, the basic move would be bishop f6.
Right. On bishop f6, though, you got to worry about our friend knight d6 and how big of a deal that is. I don't know. Looks kind of frightening.
Jesse, is the idea just to take the bishop pair if black plays bishop e7 there?
No, I think if bishop e7, we want to think about c5.
Right, we're just going to clamp.
Because so like actually we'll say I think if white has an advantage here, it's that the bishop on c8 is poor.
Right.
And also like black wants to play e5, but if you do, you give me the d5 square. So that's like black's one little problem, bishop. So I don't want to take it. So maybe and so like for example, bishop e5 would be I don't like bishop e5. It's probably playable though, but then you don't have any e5s left. Like, what are you doing? Bishop c5 is totally natural. Um, yeah, bishop e5 is totally natural. But there's a lot of moves there, maybe a3 or something for white after bishop c5.
Sorry, I was fiddling with the cameras, Jesse, so I wasn't able to show that variation. Oh, and now it looks like I have to fiddle with the sound. Sorry. Let's see what I can do.
We never figured out an analysis board, right?
No. All right, say something, Jesse.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Give me the variation that you were just talking about, so I can show it on.
Oh, no, actually, nothing too deep. Let's just say this: the knight b5, a little bit reminiscent of Ding's knight b5 in the game he won in the odd English structure, right? That we were all here for.
Because of this.
Because it was surprising. It was like an offsides move that was surprisingly strong. Anyways, so black has one problem, the bishop on c8. And I think that if you let me take your bishop, that's an advantage. And the bishop has a real question. And part of the answer has to do with like, if you play, I think bishop c5 is for me the number one candidate move. But let's say you go to e5, you block the 5. Also, that bishop could be a victim. If you go to f6, you allow knight d6. Is it a problem? You have to figure it out. Same thing with bishop b6. You got to figure out knight d6. And on bishop c5, the potential drawback is you have to wonder about things like a3. Now, maybe it's no big deal, but you'd have to figure it out.
Okay, a3, b4.
There's your move with the bishop e3. I was very suspicious of that, David, but sure, you could think about that.
Yeah, I think that's a pleasant position for white if black trades on e3 and you play fe. I have some experience, some first-hand experience with this structure, which was very pleasant. But a3, b4 would be promising as well. If we had time to do that, that would be activating our majority. We'd be getting a tempo. So the majority would be getting strong quite quickly. I think a6 would be a huge question against a3, right? Because if the knight has to drop back to c3, then against b4, the bishop will go into d4. And black will be pretty forward once again.
One thing about that, though, I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas. Is bishop c5, a3. White has a plan of playing then knight a4 and like c5 stuff.
So a6, knight c3. And then
and just one little claim, right, is like it's playing inside. Black wants to play on the center, and then we want weaknesses over there.
Yeah. So I play e5 to keep developing, I suppose.
B4 maybe?
Yeah, b4, bishop into d4, bishop b2 or something. I mean, there's a range of options for the players to develop here, right? Bishop e6. And yeah, you've got all kinds of moves to play. c5.
And then knight a4 comes.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Gukesh feels under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't look great, like super confident. Let's start the body language analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And again, though, he found another weird move in the opening. And again, the same pattern. Ding is like, I mean, he's doing better than yesterday on the clock, but still, he's done some epic tanks here.
Yeah. Yeah, same story every game.
Does this feel to you guys like a pretty successful Ding opening for the last round or the last game of this World Championship, where he has like a fairly risk-free, kind of slight nagging edge right now?
Well, let me ask you, Andy, do you feel like White has a slight nagging edge here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, from what you guys have been saying, this idea of being able to post the knight on d6, the idea of being able to expand on the queen side, this pawn on b7 that we're going to have to deal with, this bishop on c8, it feels like White's got a little something.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you guys what. How about this? I'll try to defend Black's honor. I'm on bishop c5. I don't quite know. I think one of the big interesting questions is what would Ding's plan be after bishop c5? I think David kind of wants bishop e3. I don't know. I don't feel 100% about a3. There might be some other move. Maybe like you could think about queen h5. I don't know.
Andy came up with queen h5 in a similar position.
Yeah, I've been trying to play that all game.
I think on bishop c5 that might be one of the Black's main concerns, maybe, is some kind of thing like that, because then maybe we're going to get whacked with rook d1. But on the other hand, maybe it's nothing. Just play queen e7 and then be like, what do you want, boss?
The queen wants to go to e7 anyway, so I think whack is a very strong word for a rook coming to d1. I mean, I think White has a mildly pleasant position. Like, let's say you play bishop e3, my move. We tried a3, b4 once. I think the position was slightly pleasant for White there as well.
Okay.
We play bishop e3 here, and Black trades on e3, for example.
Okay.
And we play fe3. If you look at this position, which we could also play with queen d8, rook d8, honestly. Doesn't matter too much. But if you look at this, there's the problem with the bishop on c8. There's the queenside pawn majority, which is pleasant. Just a little something in some endgames, something to use. There's no real reason that Black would have equality here.
Okay, let me just play a couple moves. So I see a knight coming to e5. And yeah, it doesn't look right to me. So I'll just
What's that?
Knight e5.
Knight e5 right away. Okay.
To me, it doesn't seem like Black's got a grief.
I guess I'll go queen d4.
Oh,
no, wait. I hung my pawn. Sorry. I was going to do that on my next move after I defend my pawn.
I mean, knight d6 I think probably knight d6 is the main question, but you do you.
I will.
You do you.
Why Black wasn't playing queen b6 there.
You could think about queen b6. I was thinking also I might go to g5. The main thing I'm seeing is that my knight on e5 is so strong that I have a hard time believing that White's done himself a favor.
I played rook c1. I agree your knight is strong. Count all your strong pieces.
Okay, I'm just going to play bishop d7.
The knight is the only strong piece, right?
My king's better than your king.
Counting him as one of your strong pieces now.
Sure, yeah. Of course, he counts. Don't forget my man.
Okay. So your plan is to play knight c4 anyway.
Well, I just also always want to develop my bishop. That's all I'm doing.
Sure. Okay, let's go knight d6 now, belatedly.
Go bishop c6.
Snip, knight b7. Snip, snop.
Knight b7. Okay, so snip. I'll take it. Rook b8.
Bishop g2.
And now either rook b2 or queen. I don't know. Okay, rook b2. I don't know.
Sure, rook b2. Well, we could stop and evaluate, right? Your rook's very active. The c-pawn is pretty good. Your knight's still good.
Now black has 2 active pieces.
Well, and I got rid of the bishop on d7. So actually, we should say no matter what happens in all these variations going forward, that's the key sign that black is doing okay. They fixed this bishop.
Yeah.
Well, that and you got rid of the b7 pawn without losing material.
Right.
Yeah.
I think, though, to me, the sign that I was going to be okay was that I got the knight to e5. That was the sign. I think we could probably both improve on our variations.
Yeah.
Bishop b6 was played. Okay, so bishop b6. Bishop, if David wanted to do bishop e3, it might still be very similar.
Mm-hmm. a3, b4 is less good now.
Right. So knight d6, I think, is our big question.
Yeah, the reason I didn't like bishop e3 there is because I just feel like it kind of gives white a weakness on e3 for no reason.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, here knight d6. A lot of times I see people going bishop f4 in this kind of position to provoke e5, but I don't feel like this is the situation to do it.
Well, actually, goes.
Right.
Then I'd be more tempted to think about that kind of thing because then, of course, I get the d5 square for the knight.
Yeah, exactly. Without
Also,
knight d3.
Yeah. Also, I want to say on knight d6, in addition to like bishop c7 and bishop c5, there's stuff like just knight d4. But also, honestly, knight d6, bishop c5, I don't really know. I mean, yeah, it's hard to imagine why it's special.
Yeah, I feel like the ding move here is b3. I'm going to predict b3.
Yeah, you're going to go for b3, boss?
Wow.
Well, one thing I learned about Ding this match is that he, like me, can be a bit lazy about the openings. And he likes this double fianchetto stuff, like me, because it's a great way to get d4 Catalan-like positions without your opponent knowing exactly move by move like how they equalize, because you can try so many different move orders and trick them. And so now, like, yeah, b3 is just like a typical like double fianchetto move. You can think about bishop a3, think about bishop b2. If queen f6, just like rook b1, and then we'll get the tempo. Yeah, a3 also makes sense with the idea to expand b4. I would say that's maybe even more ambitious, but I'd have to think about it.
Well, I think black kind of has to play e5 in these positions. What else is black doing with this bishop? Or with their pawn majority? It's like your asset and your problem are both involved in playing e5.
Yeah.
And I want to say again, the other funny thing about knight b5 is if our knight were back on c3, then e5, I would always feel good about knight d5. But now I'm like, ooh. So this knight b5 is like the key imbalancer.
And by the way, like from black's perspective, I feel like knight d5, c'est la vie. Like it does not deter me at all from playing e5. It's just like, yeah, white'll get something. I got no way around it. I have to play e5.
Yeah.
That's why it's not worth it for white to try to get e5 in, even though we'll still get knight c3, knight d5, because it's just like it's too slow. And the more I look at it, actually, the more I like a3 here, because that is white's plan in this structure, like a3, b4, c5. And
Hmm.
there have been games where white wins just based on this very simple plan, like b4, c5, knight comes to like c4, d6, and it's very annoying. And I've seen this with the bishop on e2. Like this can be super annoying for black. With the
Hmm.
bishop on g2, I think it's only stronger.
Yeah. Bishop on e2 often goes to f3, but then it's more in the range of knight e5, knight d4 kind of moves.
So to answer Andy's questions earlier, I feel like it's like dream situation for Ding, like exactly what he could have hoped for the last game.
Yeah, I was thinking that even, I mean, this is probably nothing, right? But given that black is going to play e6, e5 probably to liberate the c bishop if he wants and just sit there with
Yeah.
the bishop pair. My guess is that that position is just probably equal, but he's always going to be like a tiny bit better if he wants to be.
Hmm.
Okay, here would be one reason it's not a dream position for me, anyways, is I'm not exactly sure what white should play here. So how about this? I'll defend black's honor. You guys, what plan do you like?
All right. Let's
Like
all gang up
a3.
on Jesse.
But on the two bishops question, I don't know if you guys agree, but for me, it feels like if white trades off the light square bishop, that's a worse version, because then black can just plant stuff on d4. Whereas in
Yeah.
the other lines, it was knight for dark square bishop. Those lines I really liked for white.
Hmm. Agreed.
Yeah, and that's why I don't think that is a whole lot, right? Like all you have then is sort of the sort of superficial bishop pair that doesn't necessarily like give you any sort of winning chances.
Like, I guess the key part of my anxiety as white is I need a plan that's going to make the knight on b5 not look like a chump move and rather see how the knight does his dance.
All right, I'll do a3.
All right, let's try a3. I want to first just try with a basic go, and let's start with e5.
E5, B4,
All right, and I wanted to just ask about bishop e6.
should be 6,
I don't
C5.
know, c5. And then again, I just want to ask a basic question with bishop c4. Maybe you can do knight d6. I don't know.
Let's just do knight d6 to avoid
Let's,
this, just to be simpler. Yeah.
all
So
right,
instead of c5, knight d6.
so bishop f1. I think you have to take with the queen.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I was doing knight d6 before c5, but knight d6 after c5
Oh,
also
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm sorry.
also really strong.
You're
Yeah.
probably right. You want if you can do it that way, you should.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
that might have been good. Good exchange sec.
Yeah, guys, I'm getting occasional cutting out of the sound from Zoom,
Uh-huh.
which then, of course, the viewers are getting as well because the audio is coming from my computer. Every now and then, I lose like one syllable. Do either of you hear that too or not?
No.
For me, it's been okay. Yeah.
Okay.
But Kostya, your knight d6, I have bishop d4 bows. And then
Gotcha. Yeah.
the milk's gone bad. So yeah, you do have to play
Let's do
c5.
that c5, bishop c4, knight d6 then.
This would make me nervous as white, yeah. Because my knight is pinned for the moment.
So Jesse plays bishop f1, and we can't get fancy with knight b7 at the moment because of queen takes queen.
I think queen f1 was definitely enough there.
Mm-hmm.
So we got knight b7 coming, and then that's
That might be enough.
yeah.
Okay, that actually, what's nice about that variation is that's definitely the kind of look of what we're going for, right? In this kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So on A3, black would have the choice between like A6, E5, and then maybe some other move. Oh, wait a second though, Kostya. When you play B4, if I hit you with A6 right then
On B4.
on B4,
Mhm.
right? And I'm just saying on knight D6, bishop D4 is going to be fine for me.
Right. So A6. Okay, knight C3 back.
And then bishop D4,
Bishop D4, bishop B2.
bishop E6.
Right, C5.
Okay, in that position, just optically looks, if I'm doing this from white, I'm like, okay, black's fine here.
I still feel that's very playable, unless
Mhm.
black has like immediate equality, because knight A4 is coming,
Uh-huh.
and then yeah, I don't know, it just feels like white has a lot of moves. Rook E1, Rook C1.
I
Then,
think
and the main reason I don't buy it is just like it's black's move. He's going to get the rook to D8 real quick, you know? So if I was white, that would give me anxiety, that kind of variation. Um, I'm talking like I'm talking like I need meds, dude. I got the
Yeah,
anxiety.
it seems like a normal position. I don't know if white's like, more than a small plus, but
Mhm.
I would be black in that position. I would rather I
Wow.
would be black. But okay, let's just see if we can come up with other ideas. So A3 is definitely on there. I don't like the bishop E3 thing. The knight D6 thing it hasn't made sense to me yet after like just say bishop C5, but maybe we could think about it. How about let me try knight D6 just because I think I know he's thinking about it. What do you guys want to
You
do
mean without
after knight?
A3?
Without anything, just right now. Boom, boom.
Hmm.
Sometimes the computer likes to play this way and just try to, uh, you know, mess with you.
Maybe Queen E7?
Any good? So now, well, yeah.
So black will play Rook D8 if white hesitates.
Well, I can always take on C8 and I can get out of it.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
It looks like a move has been
Oh,
played.
let's
Oh
go.
no, Kostya, you were right, dude.
Let's go, my
You were
boy.
right.
He was always gonna play B3, guys.
He was always gonna do it.
Although I did officially switch to A3. I was team A3.
So now it's harder for black to get any of that counterplay we were looking at with E5 and bishop E6, right? This is definitely the more solid choice, but maybe a
Solid, yeah.
little less ambitious.
It's definitely going to be slower to pose problems on the queen side.
But you could say potentially, right, if you're Ding, and I don't know, this is all sort of a fantasy variation, like let's just develop our dark squared bishop, and then we can go back to this plan of A3, B4 later on when our pieces are better placed to support it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And in the meantime, black has to think about what am I doing about bishop A3, for example, trying to lock down the D6 square.
Okay, yeah, it's growing on me.
I guess the question would be A6, like how this compares to the other lines.
Mm-hmm.
The knight D6, bishop D4 is still a problem, right?
Yeah, so I think on A6 we're just going home.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, more like it's like kind of not. You just get the bishop to B2 first, and then you can push later.
And then, like we were saying, after the knight goes home, especially if you send me home with a tempo, then when E5 does come, I'm just like, I'm a little better with knight D5,
Yeah.
Maybe it's nothing special. And the other thing about this position is I think a lot of chess fans might think of this as boring, but I think we're going to get, like, it's essentially an opposite wings attack, right? Where black has got a little center and a better king, and white has got to make movement on the queen side. And the move A6 is arguably a weakness for a later dark square thingamabobber.
All right, guys. Our resident tactician Merle's suggests in this position for black, bishop f2.
Whoa.
If rook f2, queen d1,
Uh-huh.
and if king f2, queen f6, I assume, king g1, queen a1. She goes on a wild mission.
Now, first, we're going to give Merle's props. It's early in the morning.
Oh no, Reddit's
Okay.
gonna roast us again. Oh, the Dojo guys didn't see bishop f2.
Of course we don't see stuff. Anyone running an engine can freely roast us. But if they play us in a tournament, they hopefully won't have their engine with them. And then they'll find out.
Bishop f2, dude. But first of all, it's great. No, that's great that you brought it up, or Merle's, because that's definitely a move. I wasn't thinking about it.
I guess the critical line will be king f2, and then bishop f4.
But then I think black can confidently say they're fine after e5.
Right, e5, king back, and then that structure.
Well, that would be the more solid move, like b3, to not give the rook. ef4, rook f4.
Can I suggest something different?
Yeah.
That is probably half baked. What if after queen f6 you play queen f3 with white?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then queen a1, bishop a3.
Mm-hmm. I got to take on a2, I guess. Well,
Right,
I suppose I could maybe argue queen f6, but
sure. Yeah, maybe queen f6 diffuses it. The idea is if queen a2, I'm going to play king g1.
mm-hmm.
And my question for you is, what do you do about the fact that I'm hitting f8 and I'm threatening if your rook moves queen f7 now?
Yeah.
Do you have knight e5? Is that the problem?
I was thinking maybe knight d4.
Yeah. Okay, there's these in-between moves. Yep, no good.
Also, maybe just bishop d7, but that's something like that. Yeah, that's holy moly. Bishop f2, man. Uh-oh. So right, but White has to find something like Andy's move, or else the milk's gone bad, dude.
Do you think that you believed in that queen a1 position where black had no good pieces, just an extra exchange?
Okay, well, let's look at it. So queen f6 check, and you want to go king g1.
I suppose, yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
To me, that's the basic move.
Queen a1. I got a pawn and the exchange.
Oof. That's something.
And your king is going to be subject to little checkaroonies.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't. You would have to have something amazing like pronto.
Yeah.
Oh no, Gukesh is going to find bishop f2, Bows.
Wow. Really?
Oh.
I don't fully trust that bishop f4 position if we can go back there.
Okay.
I feel like white would still have this like Catalan kind of pressure.
All right, let's try that. So
yeah, the thing is, there's the Catalan pressure, but the king side has been softened, right? So black's got a lot freer play.
And not only that, but like my bishop on c8 got for free in the tactical sequence.
Right. But these are all words, guys.
These are all words.
And I do have an idea as white, like based on where you put your queen, I want to try to get queen d6 with tempo. I want to get an endgame because I agree, king is unsafe, but if white gets an endgame, then knight comes to d6. That kind of looks really nice,
Okay, good. So let's say this. I think at the moment, right, this is the key variation for us to be pondering, right? Is this precisely this position with rook f4 that David has on the board? Like, intuitively, I would say it's good for black, but right, if somehow you can make this work.
I guess queen e7 or g5, they're pretty...
E5 also looks good to me, David, because E5 takes a look at the rook on A1.
Yeah, E5 is fine too.
That's better for black, my friends. That's better for black. I don't know. If my bishop's coming to E6 and all this stuff.
Better is a very strong word, but it looks like pretty safe for black.
Yeah.
I still don't fully trust on queen e5. I would play queen e1.
Mm-hmm.
I just want endgame.
Now it is a big question where the queen should go. Okay, did it happen? A6 was played. Oh, he missed his chance. Oh. Oh, he missed it, dog. Oh, if I was Ding, I'd be so relieved, dude. So relieved.
But would you know?
Maybe I wouldn't know. I mean, if Merle's found that with the computer or not, but it is the kind of position where I just wouldn't even be thinking about bishop f2.
We definitely had a sudden influx of engine-powered chatters there. So I think it's a very good moment for us to remind chat. This is the no engine stream. We don't want to know what your Leela told you, what your Stockfish told you. We don't want to hear the questions you have after Leela, Stockfish, blah, blah, blah. Okay? We don't want to hear about it. Go do that on every other channel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so
No,
now we're
and
back
just to
we're back to
clarify.
more like mundane considerations. More mundane considerations. Okay.
Back to human. Tactics are off.
Yeah. So, okay, knight c3.
Yeah.
One of the good things about knight c3 is it guards your queen on
That's
d1.
exactly right.
One of the things we weren't thinking about last time we were considering knight c3.
We should get our eval. You have the eval. Do you have the, oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, so I have to go open it.
Deep Space Bear. I know that Merles can spot bishop f2, but for 5 other people to pop up at that moment and start asking us about variations, and some of them were even saying, my computer says this, my computer says that. So we don't want to hear that.
And Andy, he should send you the eval bar. You can give your take here. I say at the moment, I'm calling it zeros, but it's a very dynamic zeros. Yeah. In that position, with the rook f4 that Kostya had, I would have put that at like, I wasn't exactly sure, but like negative 0.4 or something like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I still like that for white. I I hope they asked Ding if he saw bishop f2 once again. I have a feeling he might have missed it, like we did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it looks like my brother's here. I'm gonna go let him in.
I think I would give white a slight edge here, Jesse.
Uh-huh.
Maybe 0.2.
Okay, but maybe we'll get you set up with this eval bar and then we'll get this. I could be persuaded that white's better here.
It feels to me more likely that white's going to have something to do on the queen side than that black's going to have something to do. Like, I'm not really sure what black's up to other than maybe planting something on d4 and, controlling.
Similarly, black is going to say, I don't think you have much else to do besides planting something on d5.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. But that b7 pawn is there to stay, right? Term imbalance of the bishop on g2 versus the bishop on c8 feels like it's going to be there for a while, and so that's for white.
What's he thinking about other than knight c3 here?
Good question.
Does he have another candidate move?
He's calculating what would have happened if Gukesh had played bishop takes f2 on the last move.
Now that it's completely irrelevant, he's going to tank about it.
Oh, I have to do that in my games. I have to be like, wait, was I fine there or not? I have to be like,
Yeah.
I need to know.
You don't just put it in your rear and keep going?
I mean, you should keep going, but
Now you got to know if you're okay. You need some closure on that variation. You got to make sure, like, oh, you're fine there. The only other move I say is this queen takes d8. But
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
a good point. That's one of the things that makes this position slightly more complicated is the question of who should be trading queens and when and why, right?
Okay, I don't really believe this, but I just want to point out that you could consider bishop a3.
In this
Where,
live position, bishop a3.
yes, so it'd go AB, bishop f8.
Mm-hmm.
And then the point would be that you can do all kinds of recaptures, but I would play CB and then kick your knight and play A4 after that and claim that I've got the queenside zhuzh. I don't believe it, but it is messy. Maybe
No,
that's what.
You've got rooks on a1 and f1, and there's an outpost on d4.
But my rook on A1 is going to be pushing A4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying because he is thinking. I would have played knight C3 long ago.
That looks very good for black. Very good.
Is there any chance he's thinking about? Oh no, we already talked about knight d6, bishop d4.
We do have a move, knight C3.
Yeah.
I think he was maybe just making sure there's no like queen f6 business, this kind of thing, because then you would maybe regret not throwing in queen takes d8.
Queen takes d8. Yeah. On that subject, Kostya, we've got some people in chat asking like, why are these queens facing each other for 8 moves, and we're not even talking about queen takes queen for either side, right? And neither player seems to be playing queen takes queen. So basically, the trade of queens, they're both comfortable with, is what they're signaling, and they're saying that getting the first rook to the d file is going to be a small advantage. So black doesn't want to play queen d1 because white will play rook d1, and white doesn't want to play queen d8 because black will play rook d8. And that's basically it. Now I think that queen trades slightly favor the queenside pawn majority. Mm-hmm. So as white, I would consider queen d8 a little bit, and as black, not at all.
Well, let's say, okay, let me make the argument that black is just completely fine after this move that was played, bishop d4. So it's an annoying pin for one, and it's going to mean that you're not guaranteed to get your piece to d5. So this, just for kicks, bishop b2. You could do other things later, right?
Played bishop b2, e5, queen d2, super fast.
Yeah, e5, queen d2. And so I think black is fine, dude. That square on d4 is so solid. And I'm not saying black is, it's still a murky position, but there's no reason to think that black is worse. And he's got a bunch of different moves, too, after this queen d2.
The basic point, Jesse, is that if white knight goes to d5, you can trade on b2 and put your knight on d4. Right? And it's pretty equivalent for black.
Right.
Is it possible that knight on d4 is getting undermined? Is there a position where I could consider playing f2, f4 and try to... I like this idea of white being able to just swing the rook over to the d1 square, maybe move the queen even and start going after d4 in some positions.
Yeah, the thing is black has ideas too, right? So black's generally going to be reasonably strong on the king side. So let me just put a move on the board to show folks kind of the structure we might be thinking about. Bishop e6, knight d5, bishop b2, queen b2, knight d4. Black doesn't necessarily need to rush knight d4. But when rook d1 comes, your queen might want something to happen. What I wanted to say is that, an idea for black is to go h5, h4.
Good. I agree.
Or to move the queen to g5 and bring the a rook out. But, when you play f4, you might be able to undermine black's control of d4 and e5. But, your king's going to be short on.
Yeah, you're taking a much greater risk there.
Yeah. Bishop e6 played, so now knight d5 would be what we were just saying. Rook d1 is playable as well. I've never seen them play so fast.
Maybe if I was going to make an argument for white, it would be that the black queen doesn't have a great natural square.
Mm-hmm.
Although queen d7, Jesse, might be useful now.
Well, maybe, but you got to be a little nervous about the b6 thing after knight
It's true.
d5.
It's true.
On knight d5, maybe pawns on my weak side, but
See,
that
that's
is
where it like cut out. You said on knight d5, maybe
b5.
maybe b5. Ooh.
I don't know.
With or without trading on b2, just b5.
In general, I think we don't want to trade on b2. We want white to trade on b2, on d4. Excuse me. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, now the tactical phase commences.
Yeah. Guys, before it gets super hot, my bro Alex is back here. If anyone that missed him yesterday.
Hello, Alex Nation, rise up.
Wow. And maybe if we have a sec, maybe now would be a good time just to scroll through the game for anyone that might have joined late, hasn't seen it yet, wants to know how we got here.
All right. Started with one knight f3. White starts with sort of a reverse Grunfeld, potentially aiming for a Catalan. Does end up getting kind of a Catalan. On move 6 again, they basically jumped off the highway of theory with knight ge7 from Gukesh, getting into fresh positions very quickly. So Ding played the standard c4 anyway, which was probably the critical move. Gukesh trades and plays knight c6, kicks the queen back, and advances d4. Ding attacks the pawn immediately. And, e5 would have been very risky here. Gukesh went for more development with bishop c5. So Ding trades, develops. And this is already, you can already see from this position, which is 5 moves ago, you can already see the contours of the middle game we're getting with a queenside pawn majority for white, central pawn majority for black, bishop on g2 exerting some pressure against the queenside, and black's bishop dancing again and again between c5 and d4 and b6 and so forth. So Ding kicked it to get the bishop to b2, got kicked back. Black advances e5, freeing the bishop on c8 and advancing black's pawn majority. Queen d2, bishop e6, and knight d5 played. So they're playing super fast. These were also the last 5, 6, 7 moves were fairly predictable moves for us. Ever since Kostya called b3, the next sequence of moves kind of flowed, right?
Yeah, you missed a nice moment when I joined. I was like, Ding was tanking. Excuse me, marinating.
Thank you.
And then I was like, I think he's just gonna go b3 here. That's the Ding move. And then we had a long analysis, and then he ended up playing b3.
It looks like Ding has it in the bag. I give this a +1.
+1. Wow. Bold.
My boy's taking it today.
I'm interested in this last game. I mean, game 14, you got the rapid tiebreak coming up, so draw is not a bad result. So, but playing for 2 results is always ideal. I'm actually curious, who is anyone rooting for a tiebreak? I know we have some people rooting against the tiebreak.
I saw somebody at the beginning of the show say that they're rooting for Gukesh, but they want to see a tiebreak. They're torn between their desire to see Rapid Chess sully this match and their desire to see Gukesh crowned.
I'm torn between wanting to see a tiebreak and wanting to sleep in tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be my concern as well.
I'm not remotely torn. I would like to sleep. So let's
I
finish
would love to
this.
see I would love to see Gukesh win it in regulation.
Yeah.
Um, but if
Or
Ding wins
or
it with a
anybody really.
brilliant game 14, you know what? He deserves it. He's played a fantastic match, all things considered.
Yeah. I just want it to end in classical chess so that the next champion will have less asterisks on their name. Tired of the asterisks.
I think I'm rooting for Ding now, you guys.
Yes.
I think that
Take the
I think
ding
I have
pill.
very little confidence in Ding going into this match, and like I've been very impressed. I feel like this is also a bit of like Kasparov style snobbery where I don't want the world championship to bounce around from like person to person.
Same.
I sort of want to see like Ding like keep his title,
There
and
has
like
to be
that
an
creates some
era.
weird problems for chess. It's like where are we now with this 15th, 16th, 17th in the world, wherever he is at this point?
Right. Imagine if he starts tanking again after winning the championship, right? Just going down, down, down the rating list as soon as he's done. Everyone's like, what?
Yep.
No,
Well,
I'm with Andy. I think like Gukesh wins, it like the lineage starts to collapse, starts to get in trouble. Notre back and like everyone just gets the title for like a year, and it's
Movies, it starts where it's like Jason Bourne's living in the middle of nowhere. Someone shows up and they're like, "Hey, we need you to do this." And they're like, "No, I'm retired." And he's like, "No, please, one more job." And he's like, "Okay." That's what I want from Ding to be like, "You want me to do the world championship again? All right." And he comes back, gets
Yeah.
it done every time.
Yeah, they're imagining he could be world champion at 2650 in 2026, at 2535 by 2030.
I mean,
basically in the interview yesterday, he was talking about kind of doing a Magnus and playing mostly like Rapid and Blitz.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
good, no, good Lord. A trend.
I do. What's interesting is, before the match, I really didn't want Ding to win at all. I was definitely anti-Ding. And it's just so uninspiring. He doesn't seem to enjoy the game. But at this point, the guy survived, and it's kind of like, oh, he somehow survived this far. At least something's going on. Something's going on in this match.
I
well,
think enjoying chess is a turnoff to me. I think I want it to be someone's prison.
you're like Jesse in that regard. By the way, I have a question for the chat. Or maybe you guys know? Does anyone know what's Arjun has a huge game. If he wins, he basically qualifies,
Mm.
or he takes the lead to qualify.
Yeah, I was wondering who he would be paired with in the last round. It
He's
looks like
black
he's
against
live. He's
Stefanchenko.
playing right now.
Oh,
And they gave him white against Esipenko. That is good
white.
for him. I thought he would have black against Abdusatorov, perhaps.
And it's literally just one game?
Well, it's round 9, and he's in the lead of the tournament, Jesse. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's not like he just played one game for the thing. It's the culmination of a whole year of the FIDE circuit thing. And Fabi just tied for first at the St. Louis Masters. He, just barely got past Kostya at the final line there. And so that gave him some circuit points. And now Aragaisi needs to strike back to secure that spot.
All right, I went and took a look. I don't know. Esipenko might be better. It's a wild position. A wild position. Yeah. Wow. Pure madness on the board. Okay.
I feel like we're getting a lot of chatter about the audio. Maybe we should just try to restart the meeting. Maybe that'll help.
Mm-hmm. We could.
You guys want to do that?
Or I could try just leaving and coming back. Maybe me. Well, I don't know.
Okay, we can try that as well.
Or I could go to bed and one of you could just host from here.
Uh-huh.
All right, we're going to try restarting the Zoom call, folks. Kostya, you'll send us a new one?
Yeah, I'll make a new one.
Okay.
BRB.
All right, folks. I caution you against having any hope. This is the key to happiness, according to David. Doesn't apply to everybody, but for many people, set your expectations as low as possible. Avoid disappointment, especially when you're dealing with finicky technology, you know? You're just setting yourself up if you think it's going to work or get better.
B5 played, my friend. B5 played.
B5?
I got that one, babe.
Wrong side of the board?
It makes a certain amount of sense, though, because we're claiming that the C pawn is going to be weak. And also that the bishop on E6 was really hitting a rock on C4, and that will soften the C4 square there, too. It is controversial, though, as you said, from being on the wrong side of the board. I also didn't know what else he was going to do. That was the other problem I had with the guy.
The boss needs audio? Oh, apparently your audio is off. Let me turn on an audio for you. Okay.
All right. Yeah, so I was saying I got B5 right. Thank you very much. And I feel some regret about it, though, just as David was saying, like it is playing on the wrong side of the board. But the problem is it's like it seems like you got to leave it there. You got to let me go snip snap, and then I can play things like Rook B8 and get active.
Well, there's tons of moves. White's got what? Knight F6, Bishop C6.
Okay, but we're not. I'm gonna say we're not afraid of that one.
Okay. Should we just look at it first because it's a bunch of captures, or
take us wherever you want, but I think you have to. Yeah, actually, I don't know what's going to do. That's one of the reasons I like B5. I was like, I didn't know what White was going to do against it.
Okay.
No, it's a very nice move because that like gets rid of one of Black's weaknesses. That stops White's majority a bit. Like,
Okay, so let's say we give a check. The queen's gonna have to take it. We snip over here on C6, hitting the rook. What does Black do? Rook A B8, exchange sack.
We could consider the exchange sack. I wasn't going that wild, but on Rook A B8, it just seems like Black's totally fine.
You know what? You can actually go Rook A C8, I think, Jesse.
Maybe I can. I mean,
takes, and if they snip that pawn on B5, after Bishop D5, it's looking like the last pawn they snip. Their snipping career is kind of...
In general, though, we shouldn't fear Knight F6 because you're developing my queen, and you know. Another cool thing we should say about B5 is, like Kostya said, it's getting rid of our weakness, but also in a lot of these variations, you're seeing it's activating our rook on A8. You know, so for example, if you do nothing and I get BC, rook B8, then I've done something with my rook.
did we lose Andy, by the way, or do we?
He's just resurfaced.
Oh, great.
I sent him the link, and I'm gonna.
I'm here. Can you guys see me?
Well, hold on. I think I hear Andy.
Yep. And I got all the videos grouped up again.
Nice.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Just because I don't see it yet, I might change this. I'm going to -0.1. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Ooh.
I just dropped my eval a tiny bit as well, although mine's still slightly positive for White. But I'm not seeing anything concrete against this B5 move. It looks pretty interesting for Black. Like Black's kind of engaging and got enough squares for all their pieces.
Yeah, I'm going down to 0.1 as well. Is that, I mean, b5, yeah, it feels like it fixes a lot of black's issues.
I'm gonna go ahead and also retroactively say that B3 was soft. Now maybe there was nothing else, but B3 was like
It was both soft
that.
and solid. We knew that at the time, right? Kostya
Well,
didn't say
actually,
Kostya didn't say Ding's gonna play this move because it's the top engine cutting edge move, right?
yeah. Well, also, of course, B3 did allow Bishop F2. That's a whole nother story. But just in terms of this position, I'm like, nah, he's getting the D4. He's getting all this stuff off. Yeah.
Do we like
Yeah,
King H1? I don't
all this
love King H1.
abstract, sorry,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
just all the sort of abstract ideas about white's advantage, the queenside pawn majority, that sort of thing, the ability to push maybe b4 and c5 later. It feels like black has nipped that in the bud really nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to be an isolated passed pawn that black kind of has in hand from an early stage.
Right. Now, of course, the argument from white has got to be like, well, I've got to find a way to make that passed pawn a winner.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. And it's my side of the board.
Right.
Dang it all.
So, like maybe rook AC1 just right now.
Right.
You know,
or B. Right. Either way. Getting ready for something.
Yeah.
So we'll go rook AC1, take C4, take C4, rook C8 maybe, Jesse, or rook B8?
Or rook B8, you know.
Yeah.
One of those moves yeah. And then my thought was, well, one of the question I had was, is white gonna then try to ghost your bishop on D4 with bishop A3?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I mean, it's hard to ghost somebody like that in the middle. Like, pretend you don't see the bishop on D4.
But the problem is, after rook B8, what do you want to do besides ghosting him?
I thought you have to trade. I thought you have to trade him.
Yeah, I just feel like that's such a nice position for black, though.
Did Gukesh blunder? What is he trying to do? We don't think that he blundered. We don't see any specific tactical continuation for white here. We think that what he's doing is he's sort of trading off that slightly bad B7 pawn and just trying to come to terms with white's pawn majority here.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does white have knight f4 here?
At which point?
In the game position
In the
after
game
b5.
position.
Oh, probably.
Well, first of all, the good news is if we're really terrified, we can just play bishop D7, right?
Okay, so Andy unveils the diagonal and a little bit of madness.
But yeah, Andy, if I just played bishop D7, what would the idea of knight F4 be?
Bishop d7, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you can take on d4 in that position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bishop d4.
Well, okay, maybe.
A little unpleasant. My first thought against knight f4 would be to trade on b2, just very direct, queen b2, and then take on f4.
That's the basic, yeah.
And just go chip at white's king a little bit.
Right, I'm going to take on c6. You're
Right.
going to play rook c8 maybe?
Rook c8, yep.
Yeah.
Now, if you retreat, I win a pawn on c4. So you're almost priced into trying to take on b5.
Right. I mean, I can throw in, maybe I can throw in rook d1 in some position, but I don't know.
My queen's got things to do. She'll be happy.
Yeah, it might not be worth very much.
I think CB. I can probably throw in FG3 right there.
Yeah.
Maybe HG and then AB5. And now, what does they say? You ask yourself if you're feeling lucky before you take on B5. Yeah, it looks interesting.
Okay, I wasn't thinking about knight F4 as a candidate move, but yeah, we could put that up there as like a thought.
Yeah, that position's hard to evaluate. I think you would try to grab the pawn.
You know, one other thing on knight f4 is black could just be rude and play rook c8 and say, "Oh, you you can have my bishop, Bose. You can have
On
it."
e6, huh?
Maybe. It's a thought because then you just lost the d5 square.
Yeah, but you also lost the bishop pair.
I hear you. I'm just saying there's a lot of moves for black after knight f4. But your variation is pretty good.
Yeah, this one looks a little worrisome, but hard to be sure.
I'm predicting rook c1, by the way. That's my little move here.
Okay. I think Lauren's asking about knight b4 here. Another possible move for white. Knight b4.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I was thinking about this one. I think knight b4 runs into bishop takes b2, and then the tactics don't quite work out there. Or knight takes b4 first,
Knight takes
and
b4
then we
first.
take on a8, then bishop takes b2.
And if you take on a8, bishop b2. Yeah. And the queen can't get both of those. Interesting. So we just got a surprise move from Ding.
cb5.
cb5.
Yeah, okay. So on this move, I didn't get it mostly just because of now AB. I was like, what's going to happen after AB?
Right. I mean, you can go a4 and have a passed a pawn instead of a passed c pawn.
Well, first you got to fix your knight, though, Bose.
First, you got to fix your knight. Fair
Why
enough.
are we talking about knight f6?
We've talked about knight f6. It would be similar to our last variation with knight f6, right? And basically, black will develop the queen f6, and feel pretty good about the life.
Yeah.
But you get an extra check in, and that counts for something.
Okay.
Counts for the stats. cb5 to me looks like black should take on d5 right now and try to liquidate.
But don't you have a pawn on
c6.
Okay, actually that's true.
Oh, he's
too.
got queen d5.
You could also do it that way. I like both of those positions for black, honestly. AB5 was played, so I got that one right.
Yeah.
I definitely think white needs something now, or black is. I'm just gonna have to raise the eval bar.
Cool. Knight f4.
He's finding an improved version of it.
So Andy's move here.
Yeah, is Ding watching the stream on his phone in his lap?
Doesn't seem to be. I just opened up the player cameras, and they just look like they're sitting there playing chess.
I'm not sure. He did find b3. That's pretty sus.
We'll have to wait for the Kramnik video about his eye movements.
The bald arbiter is not there to see it, so I don't see him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Knight f4 was instant, by the way, folks. It was just tempo. And Gukesh blinked at it a little bit.
Although I think he's just regular blinking.
Just a regular blink. Just had to blink at that moment.
He's blinking a lot. Just every 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, what is that?
It's hard for me to see what the problem is after like bishop b2.
Yeah.
Bishop b2.
It might also just be an attempt to flatten this baby all the way out,
Queen b2.
Yeah.
And then what? The old e4 variation from before?
EF, yeah.
Yeah. EF. Bishop c6. F takes
And
g3.
you can do a variety of things.
H takes g3, and now it's between rook c8 and rook b8, I guess, right?
Right. But there's really no reason to think that black is worse after the passive rook b8. So you could get fancy with rook c8. Maybe that works, but even if you don't, you're just okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we might. Well, we never get a draw with Gukesh. That guy keeps fighting. But we might get a position that could feel kind of flat in just a little bit.
Black can also play like bishop h3 or something. And I don't see anything super clear for white there either. So, yeah, Lauren, there's not a specific tactic in the rook c8, bishop b5 position. It's more like that there's not as much stuff in front of white's king, right? The bishop is a little far from g2.
Compensation.
Yeah, just some vague compensation. You know, maybe h5 is the next move. And then, you know, well, now you know my next move as well, I think.
And actually, wait a second, you guys. Bishop d7 is a thought for Gukesh here.
Bishop d7. Before taking on d4 bothered you.
Yeah, but now I'm just going to take with a knight and be like, what are you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, knight takes was a issue before as well.
Bishop a8, queen a8, and it's hard to avoid knight f3, huh?
Right. Okay, we have an ef4 on the board.
ef4 on the board. 3 minutes, so yeah, I guess the blinking was not a sign of him being particularly shocked.
No, Gukesh seems pretty calm, from what I can tell. At least compared to earlier, he seemed kind of unhappy, but now I think he seems comfortable.
Yeah, Vishchess, that exchange sack looked untakeable for white. It looked like bishop a8, queen a8, and then you resign, so more or less.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a liquidation. In this final liquidation, I think I'd rather be black. It'll still be like the queenside pawns versus the king. But, you know, black will have ideas of h5, h4 and stuff. And, well, we've got a little, yeah, I'd rather be black.
So he's going to trade on b2 here, right? Unless
That's
there's
what we're
something
expecting,
really,
yeah.
really surprising.
And then I think before you play rook b8 or rook c8, you play fg first. And you claim that bishop a8, no way.
Yeah.
That forces hg. And then, yeah, you could put your rook here somewhere. And David, wouldn't you rather be black there, Bones? Whether it's rook c8 or whether it's rook b8?
Yes, I would. So Vishchess asking, so what was the drawback of bishop d7 since white couldn't take the exchange, keeping more pieces on the board? I think there's no particular drawback to bishop d7. It looked fully playable. He just probably thinks this is pleasant, just like we do. I'm going to drop my eval from 0.1 to the thrilling minus 0.03.
You love
300s.
that stuff.
300s.
Now, if I was black in this position, David, I'd feel very emboldened, you know, because I'm starting to see like whether it's rook b8 or rook c8, I'm seeing things like h5, h4, you know, and
Yeah. Yeah.
another
in fact,
nice thing.
Oh.
Sorry.
Another nice thing about rook b8, David, is eventually I'll probably play like a rook b6 and then maybe I swing over to the king side.
Yeah, call me lame, but another thing I like about rook b8 is we're kind of restraining the a pawn in a way from getting going, because against a4 we take on a4 and oops, the queen's on b2, so the pawn can't go, right? And if white like eventually starts trying to prepare a4, black can even play b4, and then you know with like queen e7 or whatever, and your majority has been shuttered.
Shuttered.
But the most exciting thing is to play h5, h4, right? Yeah. All right, so bishop b2, queen b2 played. Now he could throw in fg3, or he could just play rook b8 or rook c8.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think gf4 is amazing for white.
Right, so rook b8 played pretty quickly.
Okay.
And so I wanted to throw in FG just because I didn't want to have to think about GF here, but David's right that it's very hard to believe.
Yeah. There's even queen c7. I think you don't have to calculate anything after that.
You don't have to calculate it. Yeah.
Can white go for super greediness here and try to play queen e5?
That's a good spot for the queen, whether or not you followed up with something greedy.
Yeah. I guess you can just take on g3 and I have to take back, and then you can just play b4, right? I'm not actually doing anything.
Yeah, your odds of winning a pawn here are very low, but fg3, hg3, b4. The game goes on, but
I like the b4 move, Andy, because then we just look at the position where like black has no weaknesses, and then I can take my time to organize the attack on the king side. And even if the queens do come off, I'm still completely fine. Completely fine.
Yeah, I hadn't evaluated well enough, Jesse. I didn't see the extent of black's advantage, really. I was being cautious. So I'm adjusting it.
I'm going to go down too. So I'm going to go down to negative 0.3.
Wow, 0.3 for black.
Negative 0.3. Yeah, it's just a very nice position for black.
Wow. I think it's equal. I think I'm at 0.1. If someone could put me at 0, give 0.
Yeah.
But I think, I don't know, white parks the bishop on g2 and should be, or f3, king g2, and then should be relatively safe.
Yeah.
Because I think the way to conceive of it, especially once you see the pawn on b4, is just like, I'm the only one playing. I'm the only one playing, because you're never playing. I mean, you could try to play a3 someday, but good luck with that, you know?
Yeah. Uber Hodler asks, what % chance this is not drawn now? Fairly small to me at the moment, Uber Hodler. Like, the position is like pretty clear what's going on. I think it's clear that it's pleasant for black, but by a very small amount, you know, and white knows what they need to do, right? They need to activate the rooks, and white's going to get a jump on that, right? While black's getting a pawn on b4, white's going to get a rook on d4. And you know, it shouldn't be too hard for white to figure out what they need to do and what they want to do. And I mean, Ding's played such fantastic defense. He had such clarity yesterday in his defense as well, right? As to like how to defend that rook and queen position. And he's got like tons of time by his standards.
That's true. Oh, I don't like it, you guys. I think, you know, it's a long-term problem. You're strategic. You have strategically nothing going on. And
so
even if you do trade off queens, which is your goal, you're still worse.
Why can't white just go b4 right now? Is that your question?
Yeah, if you guys are all so scared of black playing b4.
Yeah, we put the pawn there first.
You could think about it.
Nice idea.
Imagine a bunch of grown men scared of b4.
What's next, huh? What's next? Yeah, that's a reasonable move. It's a very reasonable move.
Now, I just want to stress, like, the very basic thing for black after something like b4 is going to be to go snip snap, like queen g5, and then say, I'm coming with my h5, h4 pronto. Yeah. So if you play b4, that's the thing you got to be concerned about. Because ultimately, us playing b4, yes, it was nice, but it's still the same dynamic of we're the ones going to be pushing over there.
But I would play rook fd1. That's my move.
Oh,
this
yeah.
position.
Rook F1.
That's what I see.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great move.
Rook fd1, and then queen g5 or something.
And then
maybe you could play queen f6 there. That's one of the reasons, actually, I'd rather have played FG, is I just didn't want to have to worry about any weird stuff like that.
Right.
I really didn't. I just like started everything.
He's gone to b6.
D1. Rook FD1 was played queen b6. Yeah, okay. Okay, so black will be able to achieve the FG b4 thing.
Alex, do you have anything in your life that would prevent you from being in every Chess Dojo stream?
I'm a freelancer, so I guess not.
Okay.
Am I adding to the conversation? Again, Alex Nation, rise up, please.
Yeah, they're asking. They're asking for us to stop having streams without you.
I think they like having someone at their level that's like, oh yes, the queen is worth more points than the knight. I understand.
Yeah, man of the people.
Yeah, white does have a jump on the open file here with the rook on d1. Gonna have to do something about the bishop, maybe rook a c1. That would give black time to get the pawn to b4.
Yeah, black's gonna get b4 in.
Now, one thing, you guys, that's interesting is my chump GM approach was always to end the tension with FG.
Yeah.
But what the pawn now is, and sometimes maybe I'll go to I could bother you with F3. So for example, on bishop G2, man, you're gonna have to at least be a little worried about a bishop G4 kind of thing.
Right. Rook d4 would probably.
But I'm
solve
saying,
it.
I'm just saying, like, if I can leave it, the longer I can leave it there,
Yeah.
the more chances I have for something like that getting pulled off.
Yeah. And I think chat has a really reasonable question about queen g5 versus queen b6, right? I mean, black side of the board is the king side. And I think the problem there was queen to c1, perhaps. But then there's rook c8. I was trying to reason this out before. Queen c1, rook c8.
But wasn't also just queen d2 really annoying?
Queen d2, rook d8, right?
But then I take.
Oh, and then we can take it. Yeah. Okay, it's queen d2.
That's why I wanted to play FG earlier, just so I could play queen g5.
Yeah. Currently, it's heading towards a draw.
Champion of St. Martin now. Did you guys congratulate him?
No, they did not actually. It was very, very rude. But I defeated some locals here yesterday.
Oh, boss,
Okay.
why'd you have to do that, man? Come on.
And then,
And did they enjoy it?
yeah, no, it was fun. We had a good time. Little adventure here. Alex played as well. You got some games in.
Nice.
I had to teach him how it's done.
Did you make them feel better after they faced your brother?
I did.
Yeah.
I helped them with a little.
You guys, I'm going to go strong against the consensus opinion. Consensus seems to be that White is holding this without too much drama.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say no. He's got almost down to 2 minutes a move. Gukesh can play these positions forever. And this one is like long-term pressure. This one's like, baby, I'm going to love you long time. And so I think he can work him forever here. There's no clear way for White to relieve the long-term pressure.
Well,
Jesse,
Jeff,
2 minutes a move for
Make
2
this
minutes a move
negative
for
one.
Ding is a ton.
The more
this one's a
Jesse,
lot.
the more you doubt Ding, the stronger he gets. So please go for black.
I don't, by the way, like if anyone would prove to me that it's easy to hold this position, it would be Ding.
mm-hmm.
And maybe, I definitely feel it's in the realm of drawing. But I'm just telling you that, like, long term, there's so much pressure that black can put here.
All right, so Jesse, what if White plays bishop f3 here?
Okay.
Let's look at a line.
Now, by the way, if you play bishop g2, I don't think bishop g4 worked yet.
Yeah.
That's fine. But I think I want my bishop on f3 so I can play like king g2 potentially in some position.
Okay, good. Okay. So because I'm a weenie, I'm going to take on g3. I'm not sure Gukesh will because he hasn't been taking, but I'm going to take.
And because he's not a weenie.
Yep.
He doesn't mind
then
having like 8 different things on the board that you have to calculate every move.
Yeah. So then I'm going to play b4.
Okay. Then maybe I just play queen to d4 here.
Fine.
Oh, just sticks a fatty in the center.
And then
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to say that if the queens come off,
Yeah.
I don't know that you have anything anymore.
All right. So queen a5.
He's dodging you now.
He is. That's not polite.
Well, I mean,
I think
it's a
this is a
tradition.
good position to look at. And I'm going to say here that really also we could really say that you have 2 problems, the king and the a2 pawn.
Right. Well, and the fact that I'm not really keeping control of the d file right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like I'd like to be able to play rook d2 at some point, probably to consolidate the weaknesses and triple on the d file, but I can't do it. Or it doesn't get me anywhere.
I'd go king g2 there after queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
And
that's the
if
plan.
rook fd8, I'll put the queen on f4.
Yep.
And then don't take on d1. Actually, you can.
Yeah, that's a nice idea, Kostya.
But I mean, I think like, yeah, I guess I feel like white's holding, but I would definitely take black here. Like, no question. White to pick a side.
And just to emphasize, like there's so many ideas here for me in this position. One would be to put a rook on c3 and just say hello, you know. One is like the rook fd8 thing, and then all kinds of various building moves on the king side.
Right, g5, g4, taking some space.
And at some point, even like trading off your light square bishops and saying, I also like that one too. So yeah, there's just this is what I'm saying. There's just a variety of ways for Gukesh to squeeze the man in this position.
Well, I think that's another good reason why Gukesh hasn't traded on G3 yet, is that I don't think it's good in general for white to trade bishops, right? Like you can imagine white playing bishop D5 here, but like if he plays it now with the pawn still on F4, he's getting mated, right? Or he's going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yes, yeah.
You
Okay,
can just
good point.
lodge
Yeah.
the pawn.
Lodge the pawn. That's a good rhyme that I haven't heard before. Lodge the pawn. No, I think this is what I'm saying too. This position's a little hard because like if you're terrified of the bishops and all that, I mean that position, right? You're going to start thinking about bishop d7, bishop d5. I do think Andy's bishop f3 is the most natural.
I think it makes sense. I think I really want to be able to play queen d4, kind of take back some control of the center and make sure that when you try to do something, I have options to liquidate or create like a little bit of counterplay with my queen or something like that. Right?
But-
Like it can just give you a free hand here.
But it wasn't clear like in the last variation I mean black had the free hand. This is the thing to see. Black has the free hand. No weaknesses. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, black's position is easier to play for sure, but I'm not sure if there's anything very concrete.
Yeah, I'm going to negative 0.5.
Huh?
Ding heard that, and he's getting stronger. He just looked up at Gukesh, and he's like, "Let's fucking go."
He is looking up at it.
My guess is that the real evaluation of this is 0.00, but that it's one of those where it's way less pleasant to be white than black.
Yeah, if anyone has the engine running, just drop it in the chat. Let us know how they're actually doing.
Oh.
Cut the mic, Kostya. Cut the mic.
Alex trying to get people banned.
Yeah, all match long he's been doing this thing where, you know, every couple seconds he'll look up at him. And it's weird because he's so meek, but looking at a person every couple seconds, that's just there's something inherently aggressive about that. Yeah, every
I
time
just
you
say,
look it
guys,
up at him,
like-
what are you doing, buddy?
Ding really changed. Like in 2019, he was not shaky at all or nervous.
Right.
Like he was very calm and still at the board.
Mhm.
He's just like the silent killer. So he's really like
It's true.
his whole demeanor has like just completely changed in the last couple of years.
Right, no, of course. Okay, something
No,
happened.
I got one, Jesse.
You got one, buddy. Good job. Good job. And now, let's see. I think B4, just in terms of a setup, I like FG and B4, but maybe black could come up with something else. I mean, yeah, you could probably do other things too. FG, I got one right,
There we
baby.
go. Finally.
HG, and I like B4, but again, maybe there's might not be a huge. I mean, it's just a nice move. It's just a nice move to play
I
B4.
could go B4. Yeah.
I've got a long-term question for you guys, which is that let's say black plays b4 here. Oh,
He
you
does.
just did. And let's imagine that white wants to relieve some of the suffering, but also suffer for a really long time. What if he plays something like a3 or a4 and it's just like, I'm liquidating the queen side. I guess a3 is the way to force it. It's like, I'm just going to liquidate the queen side and I'm just going to live on down a pawn. Like, how
Yeah.
bad is that position?
Yeah.
We might see that, sure. That might be even the best approach. I mean, even if you lose the B pawn, you know, then I'm just it could even be instead like if you play a3, you're probably gonna lose the B pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But you can then tell a story that it might be easier to defend the king side then. Because if you lose a2, if a2 becomes a target and you can't actually play a3, then I'll have the principle of two weaknesses going on for me pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. The last thing you would want to do would be to lose the A pawn and still have the B pawn on the board. Whew.
Right.
The problem with that approach, of course, is that you're going to suffer forever. Like
Oh.
Gukesh is just going to torture you for the next 70 moves, right?
Well, let's just be clear. Gukesh is going to torture you here for the next 7 moves, no matter what you play.
Sure, and so that might be the argument for why
Right.
you just kind of cut the cord now and
Yeah. A3 kind of makes sense. I don't even see how black wins the pawn immediately. Yeah.
My analysis says you want to keep the kingside pawns because one of them can become a queen later. That's that's how I would look at the position in my very basic way.
That's a good point, Alex. More pawns you keep on the board, more chances for queens. Very good.
there's one other interesting move here for white, which is instead of queen d4, maybe rook d4, with kind of similar ideas. You want to control the fourth rank, you want to keep an eye on the b4 pawn, you want to double on the d file.
Yeah. Maybe put the queen on d2 as part of tripling, and then you've got more people on b4.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
I think
fine.
this is one of the reasons this position's so rich. I mean, like, white has all kinds of plans. And kind of like, if you talk about, one thing I don't like about like objective evaluations here is like whatever the computer says, there's going to be mistakes by both sides according to the computer. Both you look at the computer, and both sides are going to do funny things because these positions are really hard to get right. And like a move like a3 is conceptual in a lot of ways, right? It's just like I have a plan. I have a plan of survival.
Okay, so what's everyone's percentage for a draw here? Because maybe that's a better metric than, because I think we all agree the engine is going to hold this as white, but like, what are the chances that Gukesh wins?
Well, Gukesh moved b4, so your guys' eval should be like -3 because you guys were talking about b4 like it was the devil.
I mean, that's just how we talk about hundredths of a pawn. We're that excited about them.
I'd give Ding about or Gukesh about a 40% chance to win this thing, maybe 50.
Incredible. I'd give him a 7 to 8% chance to win this.
Oh, no faith in your boy, bud. I feel like you've had a real turnaround against your son.
What do you mean?
He was your adopted son here, bud, and then
yeah, I
you're just
like him, but the position is, pretty drawn at this level.
Oh, dude, what are you saying?
I'm saying I can't beat any of the moves we've suggested for white. Not a single one of them. I can't beat a3. I can't beat rook d4. I can't beat rook d2.
Well, we're not going to like refute anything here. It's just position is practically easier for black.
I can't pose any noticeable problems to any of those moves. To me, black's advantage is like...
We'll see en passant this game.
I mean, it could happen right here if white plays a4.
Yeah. I'd say 50-50 because he either goes a3 or he goes a4.
A4, maybe you just let the A pawn live though, and you say that B3 is weak.
Oh. Yeah, no, I mean, you could.
I don't know. Maybe that's too much.
Maybe a3 is more likely to avoid that.
Yeah, A3 you force the pawns off, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, for the Ding fans out there is a universe where white wins this because Gukesh overpresses. He's not like going to play this conservatively. And so, for example, a plan like G6, H5 will weaken the dark squares. So, he has to organize the H5 in a sensible way. One of the reasons I wasn't entirely happy about the queen on B6 is I really wanted her on G5.
Yeah. He could also rush forward with the F pawn instead of the H pawn and open up his own king via the center.
Yeah.
I just thought of that idea from black. F5, F4. Absolutely mad.
Well, and I'm glad you bring it up because there's just so many different plans for black that white has to take into account when, you're talking about rook d4, queen d4, a3, all this stuff. Ding is actually concretely thinking about all the wild stuff that he's going to get thrown at.
I have trouble believing that black has a lot after rook d4 in particular. I don't know. I would put the odds of Gukesh winning at like 10%, and that's honestly only because Ding has under half an hour left right now.
Not too bad. Vish
Yeah, I
Chess
think
says
about 10.
Vish Chess says that Gukesh will probably know what Topalov did against Anand and not overpress. But Vish Chess forgets that Gukesh was little more than a toddler when Anand and Topalov played their match. He was maybe 4 years old.
We got an en passant. We got a forced move here.
Wow.
Okay. I think Andy wins that one. I think he was
Yeah, big time.
advocating for this one.
Well, maybe, but I really want to know if you can just let the position stand on the queen side and try to do something about going after b3. Like, can you play rook c8, rook c3 or something?
Well, we could have a quick look. It's going to have to be really fast because the a-pawn gets a tempo on the queen and because Gukesh has already taken it. But
Yeah.
for argument's sake, Andy, you want to go rook f c8, a5?
Yeah, but it probably is too slow, right? I mean, white can always just plop a rook on c1 also.
Then you go queen a7, let's say.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at bishop d5, rook a4, and rook d4.
Yeah. That's
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, when's the last time we had back-to-back en passants in World Championship games?
I think it's really interesting. Maybe you can help us here, Alex. Is like people are obsessed with the en passant. I think they find it disturbing. They find en passant disturbing, and it's so disturbing that on Chess.com they put a little informational symbol next to it just so that people don't flip out when they see it. My girlfriend is learning chess, and it really bothered her, the en passant. She
I
was
can
like,
tell you why they have the little info on chess.com if you want.
Okay, tell me, boss.
Because they got so many cheat reports from people whose opponents had taken en passant.
Exactly, dude.
That's
No,
the
no, it's
truth.
fun. It's like the #1 support message. It's like,
That's the
what
truth.
happened with this glitch?
It's like, look, my opponent's cheating. Like, here's the game. Like, here's a screenshot. Like, my pawn just disappears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that and castles are the only moves that are not kind of covered in the basic. Here's how the pieces move. Good luck. Have fun. So I think it's overlooked by a lot of new players. So it makes sense. And the holy hell memes are very funny. I don't know if you're on the Reddit, Jesse.
No, I don't know what the holy hell.
Big art chess, anarchy chess follower here.
There's a famous screen grab where someone plays en passant, their opponent messages them, "Hey, you're cheating" or something, and then they say Google en passant, and his response is "Holy hell."
Like they've just learned how babies are made or something.
Yes, and you could see it happen in real time. So yeah.
Okay, let's talk about G6 a little bit. I had mentioned this earlier. It makes me a little nervous because we're surrendering the dark squares. But the basic claim is I'm just going to put my pawn on H5, buddy, and ask you how you feel about it. And someday you're going to have to deal with H4. I also want to stress that Ding is very close to a minute a move here. And this A3, if I'm black, I guess this is the one. There's nothing I'm really afraid of, but in terms of me trying to crack this bad boy, I think this is the one that's the hardest. And an idea that I just floated was maybe we should really consider a move like B4 right now. And the B4 is just a very simple idea that we're saying, look, if you want to win the pawn that position with the queens off, I'm not fearing at all. At all. Yeah. So white can now bully black with the threat of a queen trade.
Sure.
Oh, there we go.
Queen D4. Yeah.
But same idea because he's offering the B pawn right now.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm thinking like probably Queen B5 is what we're going to see.
Okay, I would like to say Queen D4 is extremely instructive for players up to like honestly like master level because I think so many players here would not give up the pawn if they don't have to.
I would never. Yeah, I would die for that pawn.
Like you would like just scramble yourself, like contour yourself, rook D3, bishop D1, just to hold on to that pawn before giving it up. But what Ding is showing is that if the resulting endgame is holding, then it's holding. You're fine. Like you can go down a pawn. If you're confident you can hold the resulting position, it's kind of a more practical way to defend because you're confident in
That's a
the
big if.
result.
That's like if you're confident to hold that.
Well,
I'm not confident in anything.
yeah.
Right.
So
But
actually, a cool move, Kostya, that further shows it is on Queen B5. I think White should play B4.
Yeah, that's the follow-up. He just centralized first, for sure.
I think also that when you play A4, as Ding did, you can play it with one of two ideas in mind, right? Like, I think that if you're lower rated, less experienced, you might be playing it with the idea that, like, oh, I'm making a pass B pawn, I'm eliminating my weakness, I'm going to try to do something. And that's probably the wrong approach, right? Because you end up getting tied down to that B pawn, and then black gets a free hand on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
Or your approach is, I'm doing this to liquidate the queen side and just make a draw, which is the like sort of professional grandmaster approach.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this is very impressive. Like the last two moves, very instructive, and it's just like, oh, the classic defense we've seen from Ding all match. And he's making it, honestly, he's making it look easy.
Exactly.
Right?
Like compared to yesterday, this is light work for him. This is just like a very easy hold. And on that note, Jesse or Kostya, one of you want to fire up OBS?
Internet's definitely not good.
Not good where you are.
For us to do it.
Let me actually say with that is that I have a Queen B5 played. I have to take the kids to school in about 40 minutes.
Okay.
Queen B5 played. We might honestly see a full liquidation here with B4. I mean, B4 is very annoying because what is black supposed to do after B4? David, what is your time horizon in terms of how long you're available?
Oh, I was just thinking the game's getting in a draw, so I might as well sleep.
You give up so easily. By the way, everybody, our champion, David, who's been staying up late all this time, is so upset by the idea of the rapid tie breaks that he's not even going to participate in any of the streaming of it. He's like, no, I'm done. I can't take it. It's against my principles.
I guess that's a good suggestion from Krigolsh. If I'm the only one who's got an operational OBS, I can just sleep here while you guys do the commentary.
True. In fact, you can even set your OBS on a timer. You can set it to turn off in like 2 hours or something, and then I'll fill the stream for you.
Nice.
So it's very useful if you ever have to leave or whatever.
Yeah, but
David,
you want
didn't I hear you tell us? David, didn't I hear you tell a story about leaving the Anand Topalov match?
Yeah.
Assuming the position was drawn, and then came back to find out Topalov had won that opposite colored bishop ending.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. That was back
Don't
at the
jinx
GM
it
house.
for Ding by going to sleep.
Don't what?
Don't jinx it for Ding by going to sleep.
I would love to jinx it for Ding, but I don't think I will. I don't believe in jinxes and other stupid things that sports fans believe in.
B4.
Dang, I called it.
It's over. Whoever controls B4 wins the game.
Gukesh fans in shambles.
Gukesh fans in shambles.
I mean, classical chess fans in shambles because they're going to be playing Rapid tomorrow, dancing on the grave of the classical championships.
And this is a pretty easy position to play for White, too. It's not like now we have the conception and we're like, no, dog, you cannot win my B pawn. And like Rook A5 is coming next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So in this position of Queen B4, we trade queens, Rook takes B4. Does White just play Rook A8 and try to trade another pair of rooks here?
No, he just goes to sleep immediately. Queen takes B4. Yeah, we're done.
Yeah,
Just-
why
just
not
goes to
immediately trade off a pair of rooks? I was wondering about this too.
I mean, you don't have to. I would say the best piece to trade would be the bishop. So maybe you go bishop D5
Yeah, you can do anything
because
here.
rook
though.
endings are super drawish. Bishop
This is
D5,
tough.
rook D8, rook A D3.
Yeah.
Right.
Totally done, dude.
I like bishop D5 because then either black has to trade the bishops or concede this nice diagonal.
Yeah.
Then white can put pressure on F7.
Yeah.
Ah, I called it.
Yeah.
Yo, Ding's one of us.
Ding is legit watching the stream in his lap.
No, I mean it's so easy. It's so easy for him, this one.
Yeah, this one. And actually we had a 3 versus 2 end game just yesterday, didn't we? And that ended in 3-2.
Right.
Yeah.
Also with Gukesh having 3.
Mm-hmm.
But just think, the engine streams were probably saying this 2 hours ago. They're like, "Oh, it's 0.1. It's an easy draw. Nothing to see here." They might have even said that on move 5.
I'm as like, defensive chess, you don't really, people don't talk about it too much. There's not much written about it, but like A4 and B4, those were class defensive moves, man. It went from like a situation where a chump GM would get rolled for hours and hours to just a situation where we're just here now and the game is over.
Oh, it's a capital I, not an L. So I'll try and say Krigu ish gmögig.
What?
Gmögi? I've heard that maybe Schweizerdeutsch goes up at the end of like every word or phrase. Krigu is gemügig? Gemügig?
So let's talk about tomorrow, guys, because then we got to figure out a plan for.
Oh yeah, let's come with a plan, dude. So can you tell us what the schedule is tomorrow, Kostya? Like when they start and how yeah, what does it look like?
I would have to check. I assume it's going to start at the same time.
That's cool.
And it's going to be like 4 rapid games or something.
Well, actually, I bet the chess.com here will have the schedule right.
Gukesh is still thinking hard, folks.
It just says tie breaks. They start at 4. I was kind of hoping, or 4 my time, so the same time as this. I was kind of hoping they'd tell us like more details about the tie breaks, and because that could go on. I assume that's going to go on forever. The tie breaks.
Yeah, I mean, last year it was 4 games. I think 15 plus 10, or maybe 25 plus 10. I forget the time control. And then I think they were going to go to blitz if it was drawn after 4 games.
That's the real bad scenario. I mean, I'm with David in terms of the rapid tie breaks being sort of terrible, but if we have a world championship decided by some speed chess games.
It actually almost went to blitz last time. Ding just kind of won by a fluke in the final game. And then
yeah, it's been very close.
No, it's actually such a crazy thing the way that game 4 ended, because Nepo, you could see on the video, he was pressing that whole game in game 4, and then he was like acquiescing to a draw. And then all of a sudden Ding plays on and just wins it, like Nepo freaking out. He didn't have time to readjust. And yeah. But otherwise it would have just gone to blitz.
Yeah, so here I got in front of us. We go 4 games 15-10, then 2 at 10-5, then 2 at 3+2, and then another 3+2. And then you just keep going 3+2 until there's a winner.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so there's no Armageddon, at least. At least. No Armageddon.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I am willing to watch the match, but I was also willing to watch this match, even though to me it was a world championship match with an asterisk. Even though it was a world championship match with an asterisk, it was still a very entertaining match. And the same thing here. I have big qualms with this rapid thing, but it's part of the modern era of chess world championships. And also just put it out there, what me and David are talking about. What me and David want is what Fischer wanted, what Steinitz wanted. You play until you win 6 games, buddy. Yeah. It doesn't matter how long.
They don't even count the draws.
Don't even count the draws. Yeah. We're just going to be here for a while, son. We're going to see how your health feels. We're going to feel about your psyche. We're going to see who you are. We are going to discover who you are. Oh, yeah. And then there it is.
Ding might be dead at the end of that.
A lot of people would be dead
like that.
A lot of people would be. A lot of people didn't. That's the plan. Karpov almost died. Zukertort basically died. Yeah. All kinds of people died.
Just think, if they hadn't stopped that match, there might have been 1 less vote for the invasion of Ukraine. If they'd let Kasparov keep drawing Karpov for another couple weeks.
I feel like this game is also a good argument in favor of doing the tie breaks at the beginning of the match, Because think about how different this game would have been if somebody had to win.
The tie breaks at the PK.
I don't know. There's only so much you can do. They should just play
No,
chess.
but I think there's a big piece of like if someone goes into the last game needing to win the game, nobody's slamming on the brakes. I mean, one player maybe is trying to, but the other player is playing like the King's Indian defense or the Pierts or something, right? They're like really trying to like create tension, trying to do something. And in this game, neither player really like shook things up.
I mean, it would be a mild improvement, but I still think it's much more obvious to just eliminate the tie break.
Let me ask you this, Dave. Let's say if you had to choose, okay, my son likes to do this. He'd be like, would you rather, okay, but
my answer is neither, Jesse. I figured
no,
this
but
one out.
Wait, if you had the choice between this, let's call this the choice of the modern era with the fast tie breaks.
Yeah.
But then there's also the choice of the Botvinnik era, which was if it's a tie, the winner holds it.
Good question. Yeah. What's better between those two?
I mean, my solution is nobody's the world champion. FIDE gets to keep the prize money. Players can try again in 2 years. It's a solution which even FIDE would appreciate. My only choice is the incumbent or a tiebreak.
Yeah,
the incumbent.
Okay.
I don't want this speed chess anywhere near my meal.
Okay.
Or number 3. What about there's a tie break every single day after every drawn game?
They've tried that actually. Oh, really? Yeah, where it's like if you draw the game, you just play a rapid game right after.
Just play again.
Well, there's a decisive result.
What if it's randomized what the tie break is? You don't know if it'll be a blitz game. You don't know if it'll be chess 960. You don't know if it'll be King of the Hill.
Sounds like madness. I can't even keep track of what we're talking about anymore.
Or we do like in soccer or something, or other sports, you get an overtime, and then it would just be like first one, we're just going to keep playing until someone wins. Keep playing classical chess until someone wins.
Jesse, what's the chess equivalent of penalty kicks?
Well, actually, this garbage with this blitz chess is the equivalent. Yeah. And the penalty kicks, no one likes that either. It's kind of exciting, though. It's kind of exciting. And, the fans definitely, like when Carlsen had the nice mate against Karyak and the fans went crazy. That was kind of...
It should be whoever gave the most checks during the game wins. The thing's got to go rook d8, just get an extra point in case they draw.
David, how about this before we leave? Why don't you take us to the Arjun Esipenko game?
Unnecessarily.
Because this is determining who gets
back
in.
to the game. G5 was chosen by Gukesh.
And it's pretty intense, dude.
Yeah, you guessed what I was already doing.
Okay.
Everyone in the chat who mentioned that the venue won't allow unlimited games is a loser. You have a loser mentality.
Wow.
Don't worry about the venue.
Yeah.
I think it's actually
Agreed.
a good
Seconded.
compromise. Like you start with 12 games or 14 games or whatever, and then after that, it's just first to win wins. Kind of like they do in overtime, like in football, American football. Because then it's like, yeah, if you win game 13 as white, then okay, you win. It's like, okay, you got an extra white, but so what? It's like very, very, very small advantage at that point.
Looks like Arjun's playing Fisher Random in the last round here of Qatar.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
He's got white?
It's a spicy one, man. Yeah.
Classic Arjun position.
Yeah. His knight just came to g5, one of the weirder pieces on the board. There it is. He's threatening bishop f4, but he's allowing knight d4. His king's on e1. There's bishop takes g5. Does he have an extra piece as compensation for his position?
Would not appear so. That's real woof.
I mean, that extra space with c5 on the queen side is looking real pointless when you then just play a random mess like this. Queen h4 is hanging too. What?
No, on Queen h4, knight h7, right?
Oh, it must be. Let's see. I mean, notice the bishop's covering h3, so it's the other rook that's going to come. Knight h7. Queen h7. Rook h1, bishop h4, bishop f4. I don't know what's happening. Knight d4. The internal logic of the position is not forthcoming.
So I think this is what Kostya said. Maybe he can double check this or something. But this game, if Arjun wins, then he qualifies for the next World Championship candidates match. Yeah. And if he doesn't, then Fabi gets in.
I think Arjun takes the lead if he wins, because they can still, you guys are going to love this, overtake each other in the World Rapid and Blitz coming up.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
That's not even a classical tournament, Kostya.
Win the World Rapid and Blitz, I mean, like, that's very hard to do for anyone.
Sure, it's hard to do, but it's also hard to, like, climb a mountain with one arm. But that's not going to get you a spot in the candidates tournament.
It's just one tournament for the circuit out of 7.
I know. Good night, Francois. It was fun sharing these couple weeks with you. And hopefully we'll see you around for some other shows in the future.
Andy, you still riding your bike everywhere, boss?
Oh, yeah.
Nice, dude.
Any nasty falls lately?
No, actually. I've been pretty accident-free.
Normally when I see you, you're recovering from something.
I guess the interesting thing. So, by the way, chat. So, me and Andy were both bike Nazis, pre-kids. And then when I had kids, I succumbed to the car. But it sounds like, Andy, you have, like, are you car-free?
No. We have a minivan.
Oh, dude, a minivan, dude.
Yeah,
I didn't even go that far. I didn't even go that far, dude. Come on.
We had a third kid, so at some point.
Yeah. A week before our third kid was born, I also went to a dealership and got a minivan, Jesse.
Yeah.
Man, the minivans, dude, that's a whole nother level, man.
We have a minivan, but we have no second car, so I'm still biking to work every day.
Huh? Minivan.
I'd rather be on the bike than be with the 3 kids in a minivan.
I actually forced my second kid to learn how to bike this summer, right before she turned 5, just so that we could go biking together.
Nice.
We get the little guy on the bike seat on the back of my bike, and then my bigger 2 kids can bike now. So if you're Gukesh here, how long do you torture Ding for?
Oh, we know Gukesh. He's going to play it till the very end.
Yeah.
Till the very end.
Going to do it longer than I would have done it.
And that's pretty long.
Somebody's wife wants a minivan and they have 1 kid.
David once played out,
soon.
if I remember, it's like some 3 versus 3 rook endgame against Alex Yermolinsky, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you doing, Mouse?
Rook and 3 versus Rook and 3. He was just laughing at the board.
Oh, man. Come on, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
And I guess my follow-up question is, who do you guys think is the favorite in the rapid tie breaks tomorrow?
Nobody.
I think it's Ding, but we don't Gukesh has played very little rapid. There's very little rapid in his history. So it's hard to say. Unknown quantity.
I would take Gukesh because I feel like he does have the better prep, and Ding has been using a lot of time in all these games to kind of figure out the opening. Mm-hmm. He can't really do that in rapid, right? So he's just going to have to play fast. And to me, I don't know. I would take Gukesh personally in the rapid.
Well, if that argument's gonna convince, he needs a couple weapons against the French, dude, because at the moment his play against the French has been the thing holding him back. In a lot of ways, actually, the story of this match in terms of the openings has been the fact that Gukesh couldn't break the French, was traumatized by the French, and then was playing all this avoidance stuff to avoid the French.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of his opening advantage that what I felt going into the match was going to be such a big thing, really disappeared.
But yesterday, I mean, he had some pressure. Like he surprised Ding and was way up on the clock.
Actually, I want to say about that. Remember we were talking about the weird knight e2 move versus
Yeah.
queen g4?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, Maurice was doing his wink wink thing of being like, well, it looks like queen g4 was real strong because obviously the engine told him. To me, queen g4, I was just like the move you do. I didn't quite know how to evaluate it, but that just seemed like the move you play and then the game goes on. Gukesh felt after his bizarre knight ge2 that he felt he was actually better in that position. I was like, what? You know? Yeah, so there's things about Ding, like I feel like he's going to get positionally stronger. At the moment, I feel like there's a lot of positional stuff that he's not getting right.
Gukesh, you mean?
Gukesh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Gukesh consistently sort of like gains small advantages during the strategic phases of the games. Like I feel like he's always outplaying a little bit in complicated strategic positions, moving things his way. Like that game yesterday, right? He got that rook d1 and then rook d1 overprotecting the d4 pawn, then activate the dark squared bishop. And he was sort of like taking it over. And queen e2, f3, very very modest, right? Queen e2, f3, rook ad1. But like,
well, let's say the obvious. The move that took it over was bishop f4, though.
But he would have outplayed like any of us, like in that position, right?
Oh, of
like,
course, he would have outplayed us. I'm just saying, like on this level, there's a bunch of positional stuff that's not 2800.
Sorry, I feel like he's like outplaying anybody in these positions right now. I mean, think about the game where he played knight a3 to c2 b4, right, and then bishop e3 d4, slightly surprising. I mean, continually, if you get these complex positions, he slightly comes out on top. Like even today's draw, right? Like he was the one symbolically better with b4 and all that very quickly as black out of the start of the game.
I mean, both those Frenches, he just completely had nasty positions out of the opening. And I don't know. Anyways, there's positional stuff. It's not like, I'm not saying he's weak or something. I'm just saying This is the area where he has to grow, where he is going to get better. And you think about it, that at 18, you just, you haven't played that many games. Mm-hmm. So I just think that's where he's weak and he's going to end up growing.
I mean, honestly, where I think he struggled in this match has been calculating the wins when his position gets really good. I feel like he's like outplaying strategically a lot and then not able to come up with the knockouts. And I feel like his calculation has been at like a little notch below what he's shown in some other tournaments.
Which is funny because that was the issue that Ding's been having since he became world champion, is he can't finish anybody off. Like he'll get good positions sometimes and then he'll just sort of throw them away.
Mm-hmm.
Here's why Ding's gonna crush tomorrow fully.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was asked in the press conference, like when he was marinating a lot, what he's thinking about, and he basically was like, I just keep going down these nonsense lines that don't even come into play. So in Rapid, he's going to be forced to not think about the nonsense lines. He's just going to go with his gut, play the best moves, and it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he is more intuitive.
Yeah.
But in terms of his Rapid rating, I would say the issue there is that he hasn't played a lot of Rapid since becoming world champion. And I think he played one or two events, and they were both far from special in terms of his result. So his
he was great.
Rating is still a relic from what it used to be.
Right. He was great at Rapid before winning the world championship match and going into this decline.
Yeah. And now, who knows? I mean, okay, he took down Nepo. Nepo was very good at Rapid, but that was a high nervy match. A lot of stress.
Yeah, and Gukesh is not stressed.
Gukesh is chill. Gukesh chilling.
Oh, here's another thing, actually. If Arjun wins right now, he will overtake Fabi as the world number 2.
Oh,
how about that? And Gukesh has lost 10 rating points just in this match. Yeah, Ding went from 23 to 17 in this match. He keeps climbing up.
Wow. I'm that kid.
I can't understand what Arjun intends after Queen H4.
I think, okay, I have an idea, boss. Bishop D5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then if Bishop G5, Bishop takes C6.
Oh, I didn't look over on that side.
But right, if White didn't have that, then it's just over.
Do we not like knight H7? Is it just no good?
I don't think it quite pans out, no.
Okay.
I love knight h7. I'm on your side, Andy. That's awesome.
Bishop D5.
My problem in chess is that I don't think more than 2 moves ahead. I think that's a big flaw, but it looked cool to pin the queen.
Okay, how about Bishop D5, Knight D4? What's happening there? Can you go Knight F7 and just ignore it? Yeah, you can. Wow. Knight F7, Rook takes, Bishop takes. Threatening mate.
And this is, I mean, this Esipenko's definitely going to get into some time pressure. Now, mortals will have trouble in time pressure. This World Championship match, no one didn't rear its head as it probably should have.
Yeah, Gabriel, the game has slowed down a lot in the last half hour. Basically, we'll let you guys know if something happens on the live board.
Gukesh under and maiden one, but Ding missed it, so it's back to a drawish position.
Yeah. Good draw. So Rook B1 check. Another check for Gukesh, for those counting. King G2, I would expect. And now I'm gonna expect Rook D1 from Gukesh, hoping for Rook C5.
Okay, what about this as a extra time in chess, like in sports? If it draws at the end, everyone gets their pieces back like Bughouse, and you could just start dropping them back in however you want.
Switch to Bughouse.
Wait, Icy wants to play Knight F7 on the very first move? I mean, if this happened, Icy, maybe you want to play Bishop C6 in this position?
You won't.
Oh no, not here. B takes C6. Woo! Oopsie daisy. That's what happens when you play Fisher random chess. You know, you get surprised by patterns that you're not used to.
Is the live position or just trying stuff?
Yeah, he's just analyzing the. This is live.
I know, but what's the live position of the Arjun game?
Oh, it's not it.
Yeah, I still have the live position of the Ding game down there. So, I can't figure out the Arjun game either. Absolute madness. So you sack the piece, you take here, black defends, trade, grab a pawn, black's up a piece, plays knight d4. There's rook g3 as well here. Uh-oh, rook g3. Classic Arjun. I missed that at first. And yeah, this is over. Nowhere to go. Checkmate on g8 against king f8 or h8, and against king here. At minimum, there's bishop g5. Maybe there's something better. Oh, that looks pretty good.
Oh, folks, before we forget, World Championship probably ending tomorrow, which means our deal to get 20% off the Dojo training program also ending tomorrow. So last chance to get 20% off using code WC24 at checkout, chessdojo.club. You can create a free account, in fact, folks, and we have huge plans to run more tournaments within the community next year. For that, you'll probably need a free account on the site anyway. So you might as well check it out, chessdojo.club, especially if you're interested in improving.
Or use the code Alex. It gets you no % off, but they'll have that in their records. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alex, did you see the song I sent you?
You sent me a song?
Yeah.
No, where'd you send me the song?
I emailed it to Kostya during the night.
Kostya did not share any songs, but also I was sleeping, so maybe that's...
Yeah, I woke up and it came straight here.
Came straight here.
The
Okay.
song was a song "I Want to Be Black" by Lou Reed, because that's all you guys were saying all day today.
No, it was not that. When I went to bed, I didn't know who would have the advantage today. You'll see. It's a great song, I think.
Play it on the stream right now.
Yeah, play it on the stream, boss.
I don't know if we
talking
can.
about some song.
I don't know if we can.
I don't think we have any rats in the stream, although there's a few people worried about chess venues if World Championship goes too long, so maybe they're the same people that'll rat on playing copyrighted music on Twitch.
I mean, Twitch just scans for the data codes on its own, right?
Yeah, it's automatic now.
Can you sing it?
Yeah, sing us a song, boss.
No, I can't sing.
Come on, sing us a song.
I write rap songs because I cannot sing.
Oh, we've heard you rap, dude. You got a good rap, dude. You're a solid class player when it comes to the rap game, boss. Yeah.
Oh, to answer the question in the chat, both Alex and Kostya watched Survivor last night. So if you guys have any questions about that, we're here.
Yeah.
So, Alex, what do you do as freelance? What are you freelancing as?
I'm one of the very few screenwriter filmmakers in Los Angeles.
Okay, yeah. I had a
Oh,
feeling.
wow.
Because someone is that into Survivor, you know. Oh, man.
Big fan. I mean, I think there should be a lot of overlap with the chess and Survivor community because it's a social strategy game, and every season someone's making a chess metaphor on the show. Always wrong metaphor, but they're always making it.
Yeah, I forgot, guys. What was the name of that show that Shanklin was on? That was like Survivor-like.
It wasn't Survivor?
No.
No, that was Survivor.
Some like survival show, right?
Yeah, he was on. Yeah, like a Survivor type.
Mm-hmm.
I made it through 20 minutes of that show out of allegiance to Shankland, and then I just couldn't watch anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, can I share some beef with you guys about your podcast about chess movies from like a year or two ago?
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, you all didn't watch all the movies. That was just annoying to me.
All right, big fan of Dojo Talks, by the way. Here,
big
so
Dojo.
Get ready for some feedback.
I just feel like if I'm putting on any podcast about any three people ranking stuff, I expect all three of them to have opinions on the thing.
Yeah.
You guys spend half the time talking about Searching for Bobby Fischer and Queen's Gambit, which I don't need recaps of. And then it'd be like, here's an obscure chess movie, and Kostya would be like, I didn't watch it. And then you guys move on. Great. And you guys didn't mention the best chess movie, I think, or maybe you didn't, I forgot, but Computer Chess by Andrew Bajowski. Have you guys seen that?
No.
Oh, it's such a great movie. It's like an indie film from like the early 2000s, and it's just about this computer chess tournament in the 80s. So it's a bunch of computer nerds setting up their computers to play chess in a hotel, and it's so funny and it's so good.
Okay. And it's like a documentary.
No, it's a fully fictional movie.
Okay. All right, I'll watch that, dude. Yeah.
We could talk about it tomorrow during tie breaks.
So we're recommending to everybody that movie?
Also, one thing about computer chess that I like is I feel like in movies, a lot of times when they show chess, they really prioritize what if someone who doesn't know chess is watching this? We got to really explain simply, if you do this, checkmate, that's it. Whereas in computer chess, they have no problem just showing positions that are just like funny to chess players. Like a computer will just make a weird move and then it's just funny.
So that's like inside jokes.
Yeah, the movie is not concerned about like what if the player doesn't understand the position that we see. It's like they're fine with that. Like they just won't understand. They'll follow the characters. That's okay.
Kicking and Screaming. That was the name of that show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I felt as I was watching it.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't describe the people on the show. It described the people watching the show. Night Moves with Christopher Lambert. Have you seen that?
Mm-mm.
Night Moves. Did I watch that? I went through a phase of watching all the chess movies. I'm trying to remember.
Have you seen Life of a King?
One thing I really want to watch is there's a Soviet movie that I cannot find. It's called Grandmaster, and it's got you can find clips of it on YouTube, but here's the story. So right after they made it, Korchnoi was in that movie. Korchnoi defects, and so they bury the movie. But I want to see that movie. That's the one I want to see, man. Yeah. I can't. So if somebody can find that movie for me, we can do a dojo watch party or something, man. Because I'm sure that's not copyright protected. We just need to find it.
Yeah, we should do film clubs. And I've been telling Kostya he should just be analyzing chess positions from movies. Every time I see one, I'm like, Kostya, you got to analyze this one. Like I saw that movie, Anyone But You, and in the middle, Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell just play a random game, and the position's complete nonsense. And it'd be great to get an analysis there, see what's going on.
Wait, somebody has seen Grandmaster, Jesse. How did you see it, Antonio? Where did you find it?
Antonio Banderas. Wow, big fan.
Yes.
I want to know how I found it. There's about 3 clips on YouTube that I can find, and otherwise I can't find anything.
Here's what I'll say is my pet peeve about chess metaphors. At least on Survivor, they always call people their pawns, but also their opponents. So it's like, how can you outplay your own pawns?
Yeah, can't do both.
I had to do a mild apology. I
Yeah.
forgot to update my bar. I still had it as black doing good. And, even though black is better here, I just have it at 0 because I really don't feel there's any chance.
Yeah, I mean, the point of the bar is for people to be able to pop in and know that it's a draw if they can't tell from our lack of interest in the position.
Okay, I'm sold on this Night Moves movie. I gotta check it out. I'm adding my letterbox. Y'all use letterbox?
No.
I unfortunately have a letterbox into which basically they dump recycled paper every day for me to re-recycle.
What is Letterbox, Alex?
It's just a social media app where you can just log, keep track of what movies you're watching, what your friends are watching. But it's a great way to keep a watch list than your diary. Because I forget what I've been watching, and you can just scroll back, see what you just saw this year.
Is it kind of
Right.
like
On
like
Tubi?
Goodreads for movies?
Yeah. Guys, Grandmaster's on Tubi. This is huge.
Can we actually, Alex, since you're the expert here, question, can we do a watch party with that and nobody freak out about us watching it?
I mean, I know a little bit about movies. I don't know anything about how to stream or Twitch or anything like that. But I have a feeling no one's going to complain about Grandmaster being screened.
Okay. So Tubi, huh? All right, great. Let's do it, dude. Let's do watch party on Tubi. Somebody has to get us
But Tubi might complain.
Tubi's chill. It's the chillest.
Tubi's chill?
Well, Tubi shows ads. It's like a free streaming service with ads. So if we stream the ads, hey, I don't know.
That's right.
Mm.
Okay.
We can do
that could be
Dojo
cool,
reacts
but-
to ads.
Especially as long as we don't keep the VOD, actually, I feel like we could probably get away with it. I think you only really get in trouble when your VOD has copyright stuff, not what you're streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I'm just saying this: the Soviets never copyrighted anything, so I think we get away with that one easy.
Nor respected the copyrights.
Right.
Also, a lot of Soviet films are just for free on YouTube in full on the official like Soviet film channel, or a lot of them are.
Well, like I was saying, I only found a couple clips of Grandmaster. So if Tubi's got it, we got to go Tubi.
Jesse, have you ever asked KGB about the movie Grandmaster?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
KGB might have some bootlegs of it.
That also might be a problem. We might not have subtitles.
Yeah.
Might have KGB.
That's why we've got Kostya.
Do we have subtitles?
Kostya
All right,
will have to
guys.
live translate the whole movie.
They made it to time control. It's time for me to get 2 hours of sleep
Yep.
before I have to go to work.
Good choice.
It's good
Yeah,
to
you
see
guys, I'm gonna probably get out too, but I'm gonna be back. I thought about doing the recap even before the game was done.
Yeah.
I decided that was poor form.
Yeah.
But I'll be back after I drop these nasty children off, and I'll do a recap.
Okay.
All right. Good night, guys. Good to see you.
Good night. All right.
Okay. Caro's recap has been out for 15 minutes. Probably has, dude.
Yeah.
I'm actually, it might be a joke, but I would actually check because it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. No, that's probably true. Probably true.
He's super fast, dude. He's super fast.
Yeah.
No, we got trolled, dude. We got trolled there. It was believable, though. It was believable that he would already have it out.
Yeah. He did put some of them up before it was over, right? Or was that a niche? I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, Jesse, you can go make your video.
Was it over?
What? No, they're still playing.
Oh no, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait
Huh?
because part of the story is how long dude will push him for, and yeah, no, I think we want him to push. We just don't think he has any chance of winning the position. But still, as chess fans, we want him to push in this position, right? Yeah. Dave, you'd push. I'd push. Why not?
Would I?
Yeah, dude. Come on. You played out 3 versus 3 against Alex Yermolinsky in a rook endgame, boss. So don't tell me nothing about.
But that was when I was younger and it wasn't 4 a.m. Now I feel like I would just wish him good night.
Jesse won't be happy until someone drops dead at the board.
That's correct.
Yeah. No, I think it's quite possible that I could drop the kids off at school and come back, and then they're still go.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, David,
I'll say this: Gukesh has avoided the rook trade several times, so he doesn't want to play just bishop and 3. He wants more pieces on the board.
we lost our people, huh? The Kostya and Alex just left. Just abandoned?
They just lost their internet connection in the Caribbean.
Oh, also Amazon Prime, apparently we can get it on. So I got that. I could do that. There we go.
Jake just won a 3-pawn versus 3-pawn endgame on one side of the board this week. So it's true. You should always play on. I've just uncharacteristically lost my fighting spirit tonight. Maybe some chocolate will help. All right, Jesse, you want to hardcore analyze this position for a moment?
No.
You want to spar it?
No.
You want to argue about something?
No.
Well, what are we doing here, boss?
Well, I'm about to sign out. I'm actually looking. I'm Googling, or not Googling. I'm on Amazon Prime to see if I can find this Soviet movie. I'm not finding it, dude. I put in Grandmaster. There's so many Grandmaster movies, unfortunately. But I put in Grandmaster.
So I'm not
Soviet.
sleeping so that you can Google on stream.
And I just tried. Someone said that this movie was on Amazon, boss, and so now I'm looking.
Mm-hmm.
Chess. No, I don't think it's on. I don't think it's on Amazon Prime, bro. Somebody said that, but Nolo Creo.
All right, Asher, let's play it. It's White's move. So if you want to play White, how about it?
Freddy Patzer, the movie is not on YouTube. It's just clips of the movie that's on YouTube. It's not on Amazon. I just checked, and now I'm going to Tubi.
And now I'm rolling Tubi,
Which I've never used before.
Ooh.
Oh my God, please enter my age and gender. Negative. Tubi. There's someone else. We're gonna have to get Alex back on it. He can negotiate the movies.
Mm-hmm. Rook A6.
Yeah, on YouTube, there's just 3 clips. They're just like a minute long, having tall and course line stuff like that. Okay, so
That is true, Q Tom Red. Google searches no longer really work. There's no rest day before tie breaks. Tie breaks are tomorrow.
yeah, we're doing tomorrow, son. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
We might be here for a while. Oh, I guess. Well, actually, David, we have to figure this out, dude, because you're out tomorrow, right? You're not participating.
Yep.
So
it's on
either
you.
I or Kostya got to get up the epic early.
Mm-hmm. Or not, up to you guys.
No. It's chess history, my friend. You can argue about it and say this or that, but it's still chess history. Bows. Come on now. Come on. It will have, as a fan, David, you got to be there because it's still part of the history of the game, even if you dislike the way that history is going down.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now, David. It will decide who this. It's a big deal, actually, who wins.
Oh yeah.
It's a big deal.
Oh yeah. Huge. But clearly nobody won. So.
All right, David, I got to go take these animals to school. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll talk about it in our little group chat, and we'll figure out somebody will be here at 4:00 tomorrow. And I will get this recap video up after the kids go to sleep. But I think that this game is still going to be going on by the time I get back. So bye, everybody. I am out. Ciao,
Take care,
ciao.
Jesse. Two classical games per day. Good idea. Grayson plays chess. They'd get tired enough that there would be some more mistakes, but it would be classical. Great. Kostya, can I stop the stream? Jesse wouldn't let me stop the stream. All right. So we're outvoting Jesse 2-1 that I'm allowed to sleep. But now that Asher gave me the long diagonal, I'm going to try and win this position once before I go to sleep. Asher, you should have kept the bishop on the long diagonal, my friend. Why do I hear some sound coming out of my computer? Oh my gosh, it must have been Ding and Gukesh. Yeah, it's Ding and Gukesh. I heard their clock or piece getting clicked. Asher plays f3. Okay, it's my move over here against Asher. f3. Let's back up the bish. Yeah, I had the live feed going. If Magnus were still playing the World Championship match, he would have beaten either of these guys this particular month. Wow, he is coughing. That's very kind, Prabhav, but I at my best, I might look slightly normal, and right now I look like a wreck. I am very close to mentally disintegrating Q Tom Red. It may happen any moment now. If Asher wins this position with white, might push me over the edge now. No, that wouldn't matter to me. I'm too tired to care. Yeah, not sure. Not sure. You never know what's going to push you over the edge until it happens, right? You're going along thinking like you're living your life, and then boom, you crack. Rook to the square, the cinco. Bothering me on f7, I guess. All right, I'll take the pound. I'm sorry, Chip. Yeah. The pasta that broke the camel's back for Xasi. Hrithik Roshan. Cool. They do bid for the Chess World Championship, VJ. They do. So what I was doing when sparring with Asher was I was just moving back and forth until Asher took the bishop off the long diagonal. Then I put my bishop on the long diagonal. That's what happened here. This was the show folks what was going on. So I was just moving around, doing nothing, and then he took the bishop off the long diagonal, so I took control of it. If he backed up, I would then put the bishop on f3, and there's going to be mating nets on the white king, right? So once bishop check comes in, it's pretty critical for white. Oh, good on you, Chip, for trying something that you were doubtful or dubious about. Yeah, it's a good example for all of us to try some things that we don't think we would like now and then, or some new things. See how it goes. So that's one thing we can learn from this endgame, right, Steve? A basic factor is that the long diagonal is the most valuable diagonal. And black should never be able to drive white's bishop off of it. At some point in the actual game, Gukesh has played g4, but I'm sure Ding has kept his bishop on the long diagonal in the game. If we look for a moment at how that happened, see? Well, that's the live position. So he's trying to bother that bishop, get it off the long diagonal. Asher goes rook f4 here, and I will probably come forward with my f-pawn. Wait a minute, I have another interesting possibility. Yeah, let's make things even harder for Asher. I think. Let's see, bishop, rook. Yeah, let's go here. I don't understand, Nigel. A v8? See if it's as bad as he thinks. What's a v8? Hey, you're welcome, Alex. It's not my first one, but I enjoy it every time. So every World Championship match I've ever watched was really fun to watch. I started with Kasparov Short in '93, a V8 engine car, something smaller than a V8 engine car. I don't even know what a V8 engine is, but what would be smaller? We have a minivan and a normal sized car, and also a bike. Does a bike count? I ride a bike as well. I think, Jake, that Ding would take either trade, a bishop trade or a rook trade in general. A V6 or a 4-cylinder. Okay. You can see my knowledge of cars is pretty meager, but my bike counts. Okay. I don't like my car, by the way, Nigel. It's like a necessity to lug my kids around. I only got a car after I had kids. Like Andy and Jesse. Asher's rook got sad. Yes, that was what I was trying to do here. I was trying to make that rook sad. King G1, trying to find new space for the rookie cookie. That makes sense. Is the live position still a draw? I can check for you for a second. Yes, the white bishop is still on the long diagonal. Should still be a draw, but man, he is going to make him play for another 2 hours or whatever. Wow. All right, so King G1 F5 is my sparring with Asher. Super chats and stickers. I don't really know what super chats or stickers are, Nigel. I don't know if that's another car thing, but you're finding me ignorant in every department, I'm afraid. Yeah, Chip. At first, I just got like a bike that I could put 2 kids in. Now I've got 3. And also, yeah, they got really big. Some of them. Am I in a big city? Sort of trepidous. I'm in a metropolitan area, you know, a bunch of sort of city-like things, one next to the next. Oh, highlights the message. Yeah, I don't know. Rook F2. I got back in August from a year in France. I was there from August to August. Alex is hoping that it keeps going. Sure, take care, Alex. At World Rapid and Blitz, who's better, Fabi or Arjun? I don't know, Michael. Sort of a toss-up, perhaps. F3 has been played. All right, let's evaluate that. We've got a pawn move. He's going to try and trade 1 pawn here, but he does get his king potentially cut off on the second rank. Could be like a small downside to it. Also, for one moment, his bishop has less squares on the long diagonal, so to play F3, he has to calculate rook B6 and rook E2. He could have also played F4 check, but clearly did not want to do that. He wants to trade pawns, not like gain space. I thought living in France was excellent, great, lots of fun. I enjoyed it. A calmer pace of life than here. Okay, F5 was played by Gukesh, neither of the scary moves that I mentioned, and Ding achieves a pawn trade, and now he just has to keep this pawn defended. So I think he's still doing just fine. Okay, rook C7, you played bishop F1. And I will... Wait, what will I do? I will be careful. I'll go look at g3. Same pawn that Gukesh is probably looking at in the game. Yeah, I'd love to go. I mean, there's a part of me that definitely thinks it would be nice to live in Europe more permanently, or even just some more temporarily. There were a lot of perks. I could also consider moving to a smaller town in the U.S. and maybe I would enjoy that, because part of what I liked there was that it was a smaller town, perhaps. You know, knowing lots of people and people being friendly to each other out in public. I visited Germany while I was there, and Spain, which I had never visited before. In France, I was in Normandy. Yeah. Yeah, so here black's winning because the g3 square falls. The bishop being on the long diagonal is keeping some of the white pieces from good squares. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit cold for like 6 months out of the year. But like the people in the town were really nice. It was really good for my kids too. You know, we walked everywhere. We didn't even need a bike to get around that town. Yeah. I could consider that for sure, Jake. I mean, where have I lived in the US? Like, not that much. I've traveled in the US, but I haven't lived in many places. You know, so I don't have a lot of experience of what life is like in different parts of the US if you live there consistently. I've been in New York City, which I did not like. That's definitely worse than the Bay Area. I was in Manchester, New Hampshire. It was winter. It was dang cold. It's hard to imagine consistently living that far north for me, just off of the weather. It's kind of lame. Oh, I thought you resigned, Asher. Sorry. Yeah. Madison, Wisconsin, which was also nice, except super cold in the winter as well. I visited New Mexico many times, and I like New Mexico, actually. Versailles. Oh, Asher doesn't want to resign. My apologies, Asher. I'll let you keep going. Rook b2. Where in New York City did I live? Manhattan. East side. I don't know. 40th, 30th. Some two tiny little apartments. Yeah, that might be a little too cold for me too, Trepidus. Okay, so rook b2. It's my move. I got to do something here. King is here. I should take this pawn. No, wait. Asher's still playing not to learn something from me. That was just to gas me up. Asher's still playing because Asher wants like a stalemate. Asher wants to push me over the edge. All right, it's not going to happen today, Asher. Boring. It's just, Jailer, I think, like, ultimately for me, the most important thing, despite, mentioning the cold and the weather, I think the most important thing is, like, how friendly people are. And in New York City, people weren't that friendly, and they were, like, super busy and stuff, and there's stress and so forth. King G1 is forced. Okay, Asher plays the only legal move. Let's avoid the stalemate here. I think Asher's point was, and so this is like a conversion technical tip for everybody watching, is this move looks really crushing for black, rook c1. Previously, I wanted to set this up. I was thinking of sacking the h-pawn, g takes h, and g3. And then basically, white can't really stop the move g2 anymore. Does that make sense? Because the king is sort of stuck on the first rank. So I thought of this position with white having a g-pawn and me having an h-pawn, and I would go h4, gh, g3, and then g2. But here, because white doesn't have the h-pawn, white can go and try and do a crazy rook on you. You guys know this thing? Because this would be stalemate. And you can try and calculate king f4, rook g4, and see if you can somehow get out of the whole thing. But this is why I played g2 against Asher, to not deal with that crazy rook and that stalemate. This is has less possibility of any kind of error. How are these guys doing? King g1. Let's see if anything interesting is happening. The pawn trade. White still has the long diagonal. If black got control of the long diagonal, this would probably be lost, by the way, folks. It's a really big deal. I mean, once black has the bishop on the long diagonal, how do you stop rook g2? How do you defend the g-pawn, as you get cut off from it? So Asher, now that I'm not allowing a stalemate, do you still want to play? Are clocks correct? Yeah, they're correct. Gukesh has an hour and 10. Ding has 16 minutes. That seems about right. He's been trying to slowly push him. Ding's going to give checks. If the black king stays on g5 to avoid checks, then the black king, you guys can see the live position down here, right? If the king's on g5, then black's not threatening to improve the position. If the king tries to come out like e5, d4, e3, white's going to try and keep giving side checks. Maybe Gukesh can try to run the king forward here. But you see, another important feature of their live position is that this bishop is covering f3. So Gukesh's king can never walk all the way to... Come on, chess.com, give me an arrow. Can never walk all the way to the g3 pawn. Asher plays bishop g2. See if there's anything that's going to keep me from sleeping today, during the day. Any appointments on the calendar? Looks like no. Yesterday I had an appointment or two, so. You're welcome, Krigu. Nice to spend the time with you these past couple weeks. See you around. There will be something new coming on the dojo when the World Championships here are done. We'll be covering some other stuff. Probably some training. Probably some, training of, average, normal dojo people. What's rude, Chip? Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh, pinning the bishop? Okay. I was afraid I said something rude. I can't keep track of what I'm saying. King h1. Check. King g1. g3. King f1. Bishop f3. Yeah, Asher's analysis throughout the match has been good. Yeah, I might accept it. I have, I'm less competitive than I used to be. I have a lot of sympathy for my opponent. I might just give him a draw. Hey, that's great, Chip. If we could still learn something, I guess it's good. Jesse made me stream an extra hour. Yeah. GG, Asher. The second point, Asher, is that there was one other thing for you. So, okay, you shouldn't come off the long diagonal. But if you do, you're correct to play f3. And you're correct to play rook a5 attacking these pawns. And here, however, instead of going rook f5, you have to take this pawn and hope. Your rook's out of play for a moment, your bishop's off the long diagonal, but you're hoping to get to a position like the one down here that Ding has, right? You still have some hope to stabilize the g pawn against the f and g pawns if you get a chance to fix all your pieces. That makes sense. Jailer, it sounds like Kostya and Jesse are going to cover the tie breaks tomorrow, yeah. Okay, so let's see what's happening in the game. He checked, he went back to his hiding hole, rook b4, and bishop e6. Trepidus, do you still think Gukesh has a chance? I think Ding could probably hold this with 1 minute and just the 30-second increment. That's what I think. He's got 30 seconds added per move. It doesn't matter how much time Gukesh has, right? It only matters that Ding has enough time to not lose his mind, not blunder his face, or whatever. It's okay, Jailer. I'll be back on streaming soon enough. Just not that. Oh, your first time too, Nigel. Well, cool. Well, go out there and tell the world, folks. Chess is more interesting when you don't know for sure what's going to happen, right? And you learn more when you think for yourself. By the way, throughout this broadcast, folks have asked really good questions. I have not been doing anything near the best commentary that I could do because I've been so tired. Normally, I would kind of think about what questions, a 500 and a 1,000 and an 1,800 might have and try to answer some of those questions. But I was so brain dead, I really relied on the good questions from chat to keep the broadcast on topic, and so very, very important that a lot of people were active in chat giving us the questions that are really relevant for everybody's learning. The whole thing's entirely online, Milenko. Jesse and I used to be roommates long ago, but now he lives in Maryland. Kostya lives in St. Louis. Kostya used to live here as well. He used to be in California, in the Bay Area. We could see each other sometimes. But now he's in St. Louis. Jesse's in Maryland. I'm here in California. So yeah, we don't get to see each other very much. Kostya and I got to play one tournament together last year in Spain, which was super fun. To Joao's question, I did not ever make it to Portugal. I've never been there, and yeah, that would be nice to do at some point. It's never disrespectful to play, Giacomo. You always have the right to use your time and to play moves if you want to. It's an interesting question, Milenko. You could try like clipping this position and playing against an engine and see if you manage to mess it up. I feel like Ding would draw it against a computer engine, and would I draw it against a computer engine? Maybe. Yeah, probably. All I have to do is some simple calculations, and I've gotten used to playing the 30-second increment during Endgame Sensei episodes with Kostya, a year and 2 years ago. So, yeah, I think I would just... There's no, like, strategic questions that I don't know the answer to. I know that I can trade rooks and draw the bishop ending. I know I can trade bishops and draw the rook ending. I know that as long as there are bishops on the board, I should stay on the long diagonal. I know my rook should keep maximum checking distance from black's king. So I know the A file is the best file and the second best file is the B file. My king should stay where the pawns are headed. So there's not too much for me to think about. All I have to do is calculate each move that I'm not setting up some kind of a tactic against myself. Yeah, I think I could do it. I think I could hold this. No, Giacomo, it's not disrespectful. You can play it. When they sit down at the board to a 90 and 30, they're agreeing to play for like 5 hours with you, And they could control their own fate by being up a pawn or two and having the advantage against you. If you're up a pawn, yeah, you get to keep playing, of course. Cheers, Ed. I guess you're off to teach a lesson or take a lesson. Either way, sounds good. Okay, so Chip's wondering, why is the rook being left on the fourth? Versus, the fifth or the third or something. Honestly, I think the rook would be drawing on any square on the A file here other than A2, basically. I don't think there's a special need. From here, you're stopping black from playing F4. But even if your rook were on like B1, I think against F4, you could play check, right? And if the king moves back, you take the pawn. And if the bishop blocks, then you play bishop E4. So I don't think there's a special meaning to being on the fourth rank. I think the rook's fine anywhere on the A or B files pretty much. And, to me, A3, A4, A5, these are the more obvious squares. Just because in general you want your pieces active, right? So like a principle that holds not just in this position, but in most positions, right? There's no advantage to being on A1 here, really, right? You'd rather be active. A8, you could check the king from behind in some lines. A4, A5, you'll be controlling some squares around where we're fighting. So, you're just trying to have your piece on a good square and then calculate little possibilities. David to B1. Thanks, Ken. Thank you. VJ, a tournament director told you it was polite to resign? A tournament director intervened to tell you it would be polite to resign while you were playing? This would be a good endgame to spar, CPWN says, and I agree. It would be for probably somewhere around like the 1200, 1300 cohort that it would be good to spar. You know, they could practice trading the rooks or the bishops and finding out whether each of those simplified endings is a draw or a win, and they could practice moving back and forth for many moves and holding that tension and not blundering. It's definitely plenty good practice. Yes, confirms VJ. Well, VJ, you tell that tournament director that an IM told you that they should not interfere in a game. It's completely inappropriate. Completely inappropriate. I mean, say it in a nice way, right? Not like David says you should have your TD license revoked. And inappropriate's a strong word, even though it's true. But absolutely, the game is between the players. That's really bizarre. Is there any chance for Gukesh to win this game? Very small lol. Less than 1%. From what I can see. I mean, obviously, I'll be like excited if I'm wrong. Why did Ding bring the rook over to f4? I don't know. I don't know. Changes up the position a little bit. Gets this rook out of his face, I suppose. I guess rook b3 makes sense here. But this is wrong. In general, to bring the rook so close. Now the king can like get in its face and it won't have room to maneuver. It's really weird. That's really weird. What is that move? I mean, how can anybody stall clutch? There's a clock. You're allowed to use the time on your clock. I'll give you the most extreme example of stalling that's happened to me in a game, right? Yeah, Gukesh won't trade rooks because that would be... Wait, what if he trades rook and plays bishop d5? What's the result of the king and pawn ending? Hang on. Because you can always trade one piece, but can you trade both? Hang on, I'll answer your question in a moment, but I have to look at this king and pawn ending real quick. Bishop's trapped. You have to trade. Then where does your king go? He's threatening to come down this way, and wherever you go, it's lost. What? What did he just do? What did he just do? Look at the players. On the player cam, he's calculating with his eyes closed and then playing rook f2. Ding recaptures. Bishop d5. Ding looks crushed. Gukesh looks at him like, huh? And then he trades. Sorry, guys, I could give you analysis, but I have to kind of see their faces at this historic moment. Ding looks crushed and despondent. Okay, I don't want to see any more of that. What? What did he just... Yes, I said that was less than a 1% chance. I stand by that. You see how, like, what happens is someone eventually cracks or whatever if it goes on long enough. Bishop d5, king d5, king e3. Now we can go king e5. And the key to this king and pawn ending, I can explain to you. Clutch, it is winning, yes. The king is going to flank because black has the opposition. The white king has to step to one side or the other. If you go in this direction, then the king comes around you here. Right? You try and block him. He gets opposition again. You go to the side, he comes around you. And the key part that's a little trickier is that if the king goes to d3, you flank him through the f4 square via the pawn trade. King here. We've got a phone call from Kostya, I think, here. Hello?
Hello?
What?
Dude,
What is going on?
what happened?
It seems like he blundered a lost king and pawn ending randomly, like at the last moment. I have no idea why.
Wait, tell me the moves, because I missed, so he puts his bishop on a8.
Bishop
and
on
then over
a8.
the rook.
Bishop on a8, which is not the best square, but you have to stay on the long diagonal, right? So bishop c6 would have been more normal.
Uh-huh.
Right? But he went to a8, which doesn't seem like a problem. At the moment, any bishop trade or rook trade is drawn. The only thing is you can't trade both the rook and the bishop. But then he does this really weird thing, Kostya. He brings his rook from a4 to f4, so it's close to the king, right? He gives up all the checking distance.
Mm-hmm.
And I see an official result on our live board that Gukesh has won. Ding resigned after they traded the pieces. So he plays rook f4, which is already a huge mistake. Then he plays rook f2, offering the trade of everything, and he's just lost. Trades and bishop d5.
Let's go, Gookie boy! Oh, man.
So anyone who
Wow,
already
get it.
put up their recap with like the result as a draw got it wrong.
Oh, no. Geary fans in shambles.
You must be watching a in the background you're watching like Chess Base India or some kind of Indian something, right? With cheering?
No, I wasn't.
No?
I'm on my phone. Yeah, I was sleeping, and then I had the FIDE commentary up with David Howell and Jovanka, because their voices are so soothing, you know. So like, all right, they'll slowly drift me back to sleep. And then I heard like, oh, Ding blunder.
That makes no sense. That would have been like a horrible blunder in a blitz game with a 2-second increment.
Oh my god.
That's outrageously bad. Did he throw it? Did he just want it to all be over? No, he defended like a beast for so long.
Yeah.
The youngest world champion of all time, but it almost feels like there's an asterisk on it with such a blunder. What on... Kostya, I might have even agreed to it. Well, no, I would have played it out if I were in a game. Oh my gosh. And he finally smiles. He's been like completely unreadable for 20 days.
Gukesh. King Gook.
Wow. You know, Kostya, I wanted him to win the world championship for so long, and somehow with this blunder, I'm not jumping with joy. What a weird... I don't get it. Are you excited?
Yeah, I was. Yeah. No, I mean it was a weird match, because it was like going in, everyone is like, Ding is wounded. He's like horrible form, and then he outperformed expectations. But then there was like these like little like glimpses, right, of like the new old Ding,
Mm-hmm.
and I think today, yeah, we probably just saw another one. Like, he's been prone to blundering.
I mean, they were asking me, would I draw this against Stockfish in chat? And I was like, yeah, probably. I thought about it for a while. Seemed pretty simple. You just keep the bishop on the long diagonal and the rook withdrawing distance from the king. Right? And I mean, he just misused both of his pieces in the last like 3 moves and didn't calculate when offering the trade. Right? So basically, there's a couple things to do. You keep your pieces in the right areas, sort of strategically, if you know where they go. Right? Then you take or don't take the right trades. And then every move you just calculate a tiny bit. Every move you just calculate a tiny bit to make sure you're not blundering some kind of little thing, right? Because, okay, it says keep the bishop on the long diagonal, but you have to avoid, like, rook takes bishop when it's defended, rook takes rook, bishop check, or something like that, right? There's always a little something to calculate. But I figured since the strategy is so clear, 30 seconds per move is enough for me to just make sure, every time somebody plays rook b2 and I have to choose if I'm going to c6 or g2 or a8, I figure 30 seconds is enough for me to make those little calculations. So I said, yes, I would draw against the computer.
Yeah. No, shocking. Wow. What a finish. Dang.
Yeah.
Chat's excited?
Yeah, chat's excited. But so he puts the bishop on not the best square. It should be on the long diagonal, but on a square where it can move, like c6. And then the weird thing to me that stuck out was when he brings the rook in close, right? Because
Rook
f4 and then f2. Because even if rook takes f2 doesn't win, I was thinking like, well, rook b3, king h2, king d4. Like, now why is your rook on f2, right? like.
And so the blunder was like he just goes rook f2.
Yeah.
Allowing rook takes rook, bishop d5. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like that's like a 1200 level like endgame blunder, right? Like
yes.
You blunder into a losing king and pawn endgame. That's man. That's really bad.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah, I mean he knows the bishop ending is a draw. He knows the rook ending is a draw. But
he knows the king and pawn endgame is a lot.
But he's got the bishop trapped and then makes the rook trade. Yeah.
Oh, that's such a cold shower moment where like for an hour your bishop has not been trapped on a8 and then it's just like the one. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, this is the voice of Kostya joining us on stream. Clearly. So,
Yeah, the real bummer is that we all left.
Well, you got booted by the internet. You weren't going to.
True.
I was the only one who wanted to leave. Ali Reza did once blunder this same king and pawn ending against Magnus. Yeah. But in a different way, in a different lead up.
Yeah.
Jesse had to drive his kids to school. I think that's what happened. That's what happened to Jesse. Man. I didn't finish showing why the king and pawn ending is a win. So let me show that real quick. F4, king e2. Let me see. Wait, how do you win this again? It's tricky. Oh yeah, I think I recall now, Kostya. Yeah, this is crazy. Do you know this position after king e2 f4? I imagine you do. but it took me a minute
King
to
H9.
remember it.
Where's Black's king?
Black's king is on e5. So in the position where Ding resigned,
Yeah.
if they were 1200s, it would still be instructive because you could still defend this as white against a 1200 almost surely. You would go king d3, and they probably wouldn't be able to find the... there's a very good chance they wouldn't find the win, right? So basically, you have to play f4 with the idea of like gf4, king f4, and you flank the king, right? But after f4, if they go king e2, what do you do? Right. I think Chip and Wannabe have the right idea. Which is you play f3 check. Asher, your suggestion king e4, white can take on f4, and then it's a draw. King f4, king f2 is a draw. Or g3, king f1 is a draw as well. If black goes king f3, you just push. And also, f takes g, I think is a draw, because king f1, and the king comes to g1, and it's always stalemate if you eventually play g2 here. So the win is you have to play f3 check, king here. Now you wait. The king can go to d3 or f2. Say it goes to f2. You bring in your king. King f1. So here you still can't win by pushing. See? That's still a draw. So what you do, actually, in this position is you now play f2. Like Wannabe was saying, you sack the f-pawn. King takes f2. King d3. You get rid of the f-pawn just to bring your king in to the 6th rank. And now your king's going to be in front of your g-pawn at the end because they can't stop you from pushing through like this. Or king g2, king e2, king h2, king f2, king h1, king here, here, here. King on the 6th is always a win. Yeah. So it's a hard king and pawn ending. I had to think for a minute to remember it. I knew it, but I had to search in my memory bank. So, king, yeah, in this position here, you play king d3. It's very tricky, this endgame. But I don't think Ding miscalculated the king and pawn ending. I think when he played rook f2, he missed that Gukesh could force the bishop trade after the rook trade. I think if he'd looked at rook takes f2, king f2, bishop d5, he would have said, oh my god, no, and would not have played rook f2. Yeah? Yeah, in 20 minutes you could figure it out, Asher. Yes, Laszlo, if you push it back a row, it's... No, if you push it back a row, it's still not a draw, Laszlo, I think, because then you've got more room. Basically, let me just put one of these positions on the board for you. This one here. Okay. So if you push this back a row, Laszlo, then the winning maneuver is you can play king e3 here, check, here, here. And because there's another row below on the board, the king's not yet stalemated, and the king can take the second pawn. So you can still win even back a row. You can always win with, if you've got the opposition, when they step aside, you flank with this pawn like this. They can't take it because the other pawn will be queening. They have to bring their king back. You get the protected passer, and that gives you the room to eventually win, I think. Well, although they could maybe try this defense, right? They could maybe try this defense if it were back a row. I have to think about that for a moment. Yeah, I mean, to some extent, they both earned it, Yojimbo. They fought to an extremely close 14-game match. You know, there was like nothing between them, nothing deciding it. Super, super close. Yeah. I mean, if we push this back a row, and now this board is going to be in a different spot. Yeah, if we push it back a row, can you still win that? F4, King E2, F3, King E3, King F5, King D3, King F6, King D2. Yeah, it was an awesome matchup, Trepidus. I would have liked a clear win somewhere. Oh, that's the answer, Wannabe. Thank you. Wannabe with a simpler answer. If there's more space, black can play F4. And against King E2, take the pawn. And then eventually you'll be able to bring your king to F next to the pawn, push G2, and it won't be a stalemate. So you'll have enough room to get your king in front of this G pawn while sacking the other one. Very clear, Wannabe. Thank you. So this should always be lost if black has the opposition, I think. Would have to double check that for 5 or 10 minutes or for 1 or 2 minutes during daytime after having slept a normal amount. But Wannabe seems to know this endgame pretty well because they also commented sack the F-pawn in about 10 seconds when I asked how black should win this. So I'm sorry for the bitter taste in your mouth, Ultra Instinct, Shaggy, and for others. I know there'll be, this kind of moments. Like, we all enjoy the suspense for 14 games, and then at the end there's a result, and some of us are pumped, and some of us are pissed, and some of us are sad, and then also it's, there's a part of it that's, like, sad when it's over. Like, for Gukesh, he's joyful to have won, but, the rest of his life he may, like, I think he's going to have a lot of other great moments in his life, but it's conceivable, if he weren't 18, it's conceivable for many people. But I think for many people, like, you'll spend the rest of your life, like, wishing you could have another week as great as the week that you were playing, or a month as great as the month you spent playing the World Championship match. So just for everybody, there is, like, this is like a highlight while the match is going on, and so there's a certain feeling when it's over where you may not have wanted it to be over.